Hello, everybody. Welcome to the series finale of our Shipwrecked playthrough. Hopefully you have enjoyed it. Today we're going to do a quick wrap-up. We're going to still play through the days and stuff like that. But we have one order of business that we need to get out of the way right away here. Let's just go directly here. That's right, we're going to chicken raise. First thing, if you're reading the chat, we've got a perfection run that just got accomplished. So congrats to Nancy and Virtual Victus, I guess. He was inside the game, I guess. On getting your perfection run done. Congratulations. Now, I don't know what it says about real-life Victus, but we know virtual Victus can reach perfection, so something to inspire to, my friends. There we go. We'll turn it down to a reasonable volume, right? All right. Congratulations on reaching Perfectus, or Perfectus. Is Perfectus a Victus perfection? Perfectus. I like it. But like I said, we now know that virtual Victus can reach perfection. It's a lot to aspire to for real life Victus. How is everyone rolling into the weekend? Hopefully you had a good week. Everything is falling into place for a good weekend. We are in the first week of winter. It's a sad day. It is Krobus's birthday. Where is our cat? Let's go wish Cat Krobus a happy birthday. Happy birthday, buddy. We will even give you water today. We don't water the bowl very often. Cat Krobus knows how to get his own water, but there we go. Special day for Cat Krobus. All right, let's go ahead and get things rock and rolling. So it is winter, which means we don't have any really outside planting to do. We might do some island cleanup. We've got 11 hours left on our duck egg, and I think, is that our last duck? We should get our last ducks in here. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's our last duck. So start now. Start thinking about duck names. We have one more duck to name. All right. So the plan for today is to just see how much of the island we can finish up. I did some time warp versions for the thumbnail. We'll see if these trees grow in. Obviously these are not, but we are also going to enjoy winter on the island. Then we're going to go through mod by mod and kind of talk through. I don't have my hoe with me. Alright, so there is a treasure down there somewhere. But we'll talk through mod by mod, which ones I think worked out really well. Which ones... That one should go over here. There we go. Which ones I may or may not keep for future playthroughs. Which ones might make it into my rotation for future playthroughs. Which ones might be specific to this one. Any changes or anything I might make. All that kind of stuff. So that's kind of the plan for today. Obviously, if you are watching live, highly encourage everybody to... Where's our purple arrow? We need to find it. If you have something you like, something you would have changed, please throw that stuff in the chat as well. Always looking to do that. In project management, it's sometimes called a post-mortem, or if you are into Scrum and Agile, it might be called a retrospective. That's what we want to do today. Kind of see where things are. Why can't I see our purple arrow? All right, let's go back to where we felt the tingling. That came across weird, but this is where it told us. Like, I don't know. How close we need to get. All right, let's keep working our way down the beach. I have lost it. I can't find it. All right, that's gold. We should see a little, it's like these little, at the edge of the screen. Hopefully they come across on the stream. There's these little gold arrows, indicators. There should be a purple one. There it is. Okay, popped up here. Hopefully you guys can see it. There's our spot. Got a hidden treasure of a geode, and bait. The bait we're just gonna sell. Alright, I'm catch up on chat. Yeah, I like coining new terms. Perfectus works. You may have it, my friend. That one's for you. All right, well, so let's go ahead and go through what would be our normal playthrough and kind of talk about systems as we hit. So obviously, oh, I don't have coffee yet, so this is off. So this mod, I'm debating on, I don't want to say replacing it, but I found another mod called Deluxe Journal that moves similar functionality into here. It actually adds 4 tabs here. I don't know if it also would replace the alarms mod, so I want to play with that one. I don't know if it's going to become a replacement for those two, but it definitely is on my list of ones I want to test. But I love the to-do mod. Although I will admit, in this playthrough, I have been a little neglectful of paying attention to it, because I think a lot of the times in this playthrough, we didn't have a lot of highly pressing things to get to. So one of the things I have enjoyed, but it's also different about this playthrough, is we're not locked to this calendar. We're not locked to birthdays. We're not locked to events. We're not locked to these help wanted things. We're not locked to, oh, where would it be? I don't know if I have a hotkey to get to the other, but since we can't do any of that stuff, it separates our gameplay from the natural rhythm of the game. And that has been, I'm going to say, freeing a little bit. I have really enjoyed just saying, what do I want to concentrate on today? Now, you can do that in the normal game. I'm not saying you can't, but if you put the pressure on yourself to complete things, or so like in the Stardew playthrough, right? One of our tenets was we have to do all of the help wanted missions because we're a superhero. That puts a different kind of pressure on you as a player. So I have enjoyed, like, what do we want to do? Now, we just replaced that pressure with different pressure. And that was mostly to get the skill set. You know, the Walk of Life skill mod was our main pressing thing to get done, right? So that was kind of cool. All right, let's see. This guy can get cleaned up. Our hope is we're still hoping to get a seed drop right there, right in that spot. But that just could take time. That's one of the things that I don't know, I'd have to look into. I'd love probably a mod that would allow us to plant palm trees. These palm trees do spread, which is kind of cool. They drop a seed. That seed just happens to be a coconut. That's what's being used. And once we pull the seed up, so here's one right here. Right? Once we pull this seed up, it's a palm tree seed, and that will grow through the stages just like any other tree. If we pull it up, it becomes a coconut, which is cool. We We sold a lot of coconuts early on to the island spirits to keep us going. But because it is a coconut, it's not a plantable seed, right? So I can't plant my own palm trees. But that's also added a layer of fun to the game in that we have been slowly over time letting these coconut trees drop. And then as they drop more seeds over time, we've been slowly trying to get them into positions that we want them. So that's been kind of cool. Now some of these, like all 6 of these, were here at the beginning. The ones up next to the cave entrance, these 4 right here were here at the beginning. And so I've kind of used those as guides. I think these up here were here at the beginning as well. This was a whole forest. And actually, this was all wild forest and stuff that we had to clean out. So that one part is kind of cool. Okay, let's see. That was our first set of daily tasks that we normally do. So collected our crab pots. Now this is the 3rd position we've had these in. We started off in the little lake up by the house, which made a lot of sense, right? Put it close so we could just deal with it every day. I think that would have been ideal if I did less of them. But we slowly grew this to these 15, which meant that it worked up there. It just was, it wasn't like a smooth beach to put everything on. Then we moved it down here to both sides of the dock, and that actually worked relatively well until we decided to redecorate, and then we moved it over here and almost turned it into a little feature of the island. Now, when we decorated, I first started thinking like, well, what if we were rescued? So anyway, yeah, up here, we had them along this shoreline, but that shoreline's not smooth. So it just was a little more cumbersome to get stuff in there. My first thought was like, well, is this going to be a resort, right? That we will eventually open up to people once we're found. And then I think I've changed my attitude on that. We are now building this stuff out so that it is our permanent home. We're never going to get rescued. We have to accept that fact, which means we want to build this out for our convenience. And so adding the crab pots down there, it's like, that might not be the bestest of attraction for an outsider, but it is making the world that we live in easier. So that's kind of the mentality I think I have once we've now decorated the beach and everything. Okay, that all looks relatively done. So this is part of the skill mod, one of my favorite skills now. Makes me giddy and grin every time it happens. Now, overpowered? Absolutely. That is very much overpowered. But here's something from a skill progression standpoint to consider. One, it's a choice. I chose that skill over of a group of 4, actually. So of 3 others you could put in that slot. So that means if you don't like it, you don't have to use it. It is part of the Walk of Life skill mod. The other thing is that is very end game. And I do sometimes break out the overpoweringness of a component to when you get it in the game. If you got that at the very beginning of the game, yeah, I think that would be pretty rough. But it literally is, to get that, it's right here, Pyrotechnician. Now, again, this isn't required. It's the way we played. You could play through your mining skill once, do the mastery, and then do the second to level 20 and get it. But you wouldn't have all the other stuff. So we have gone through mining 1, 2, 3, 4 times. That's 15,000 experience per run through. So you're looking at 60,000 experience. Then you have mastery, which mastery isn't necessarily specific. to a particular skill. But those are, what does it start at, 10 or 15? I can't remember. I know the top one's 30. So you got 30, 25, 20, 15, and 10. Then when you hit mastery of a skill, then you start working on your level 20. And each one of these is 5,000. So that's 50,000 more. So it's a lot of work to get to that level. So having relatively powerful skills up here at the top of the chart isn't horribly bad. Because by that time, you've pretty much done most of the things you're probably going to do. And I think, call it a post-perfection mindset, or even just a late game mindset. Once you get to a certain spot, you're tending to do similar things over and over again. So making those things easier to do, it's just a matter of how grindy you want your gameplay to be. And some people like I like a grindy game. I like to work my way through a system. That sense of progression is a big part of what I like about a lot of gameplay. Give me an experience bar and let me fill that up, and I will be content for days. And that is actually, I had a similar feeling at the end of this, as we're wrapping this playthrough up. My feeling is similar to post-perfection right now. It is, we use the skill mod as kind of our, like, well, if we're surviving on an island by ourselves, what is the most important thing to achieve? And that is your own skills of survival, right? Well, once we capped all this out, I got the same, I'm going to describe it as a deflating feeling. That same deflating feeling of like, what's now driving me to play? I think decoration can be fun in a post-perfection world. I think there are things to do, but I'll admit, that's when I start to figure like, what's next? What are we going to do next? So, hey, Lavender Haze Plays, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Oh, absolutely. Lurk away. Lurk away. Okay, let's see. So that was our normal skill stuff. We did the stumps. We did the quarry. If you kind of look through a week on the island, right? We've got a day we gather eggs. We have a day we gather ancient fruit and put that in the kegs. Every other day we harvest coffee. Every day we get the crab pots done. We get the hardwood stumps done. We mine the cave quarry. This one, we might end up... another one that we would probably add to this would be harvest starfruit. And then we would type it again with caps lock, not on. Harvest starfruit. Because one of the projects we were working on towards the end is we converted our pineapples. So pineapples were our crop that we used for... Oh, we forgot to plant wheat. Let's get that going. Glad we came in here. Pineapples were our tribute crop, right? We had almost all this into pineapples, and we've slowly converted it over to other things. So here is our ancient fruit wine. So now we have 100% star fruit. We have also fertilized it with deluxe fertilizer. And what's cool about this setup, and we'll give a shout out to one of our regulars, Miss Lydia. She is a starfruit fan. Because of the way this mod works, when we harvest, we keep the quality of the fruit when we make it into wine, right? So in here, like these ancient fruit wines, we'll look at this tomorrow, are going to pop iridium quality wine. We don't even have to put it in the casks. Deluxe fertilizer does not work on repeatable crops, so it's not really something you could do with ancient fruit. But we're going to get, I think, I don't know. We have 96 plants planted here. I would guess we're going to get over 50 of them iridium quality. So if this works out, what I'm kind of hoping is our iridium crops we put into kegs. Our non-iridium crops we will make into seed for the next batch. And if we can get that pattern going on this, it would actually be kind of cool. So So that is a thing that we have made. We've already seen, let's go back to it though, that we do have the 2 greenhouses. Now that greenhouse came with the map. This greenhouse, obviously, you have to unlock, just like a normal greenhouse. This is still a farm map, right? Just because we're on an island doesn't mean it doesn't act like Ginger Island. It still acts like your farm map. Still follows all the same rules and stuff like that for the most part. We technically could have accessed this building from the very beginning. We chose not to. There was one of your logs, big logs, was in front here. And so while we could bypass that log, we chose not to, because that felt like what it was designed to be. The other one, and this gave us access to non-seasonal crops pretty early, is our cave also allows us to plant some crops here. These are also non-seasonal, just like the greenhouse. So both greenhouses and this are non-seasonal. So we started out, this was all pineapples as well to start. Felt like a good crop for the farm. And then slowly converted that over to ancient fruit. So now we have an ancient fruit farm, we have a star fruit farm, and we have a coffee farm. Over different times, a lot of this was farmland out here. We farmed in-season things, had a lot of coffee out here this year, things like that. Now this is kind of converted over into manufacturing. That's kind of where we're at here. Get that sold. Then we moved a lot of our external manufacturing into internal manufacturing. Now you can see we have a ton of hoppers in place. Hoppers, when I first discovered hoppers in vanilla, was one of my favorite. Like, the automation aspects of being able to build out your world excites me. I like that part of the game. I'll admit I was a little disappointed in hoppers in that they only feed. Even if there was an input hopper and an output hopper that you had to build and buy separately, I think that would have been cool. But the stock functionality of hoppers is they feed stuff in, but you still have to manually harvest the machine. The Walk of Life skill mod actually updates hoppers, and they can not only feed in, but feed out. So, like right now, these two are running. It's going to take the coal and the iridium ore, it's going to put it in the furnace. Once the furnace is done, it's going to put the bars back, as you saw, because we just pulled all that stuff out. So hoppers have gained some functionality in the Walk of Life mod, which I do like. But it's not as crazy as Automate, right? Like, I had to spend the resources to build every single one of these hoppers. I still have to go from hopper to hopper and update those kind of things. So it's kind of a step towards the Automate mod, which I do miss. I love the Automate mod. But it does give you that functionality. Now, what does it exchange? So for instance, this setup right here, right? In Automate, I would have this so that it would pull in the fruit, make the seeds, put the seeds back in. Over here, we actually have lots of different things going on. So at some point, we seeded out some hops, and it's just been sitting here. So we have that functionality. This is just turned into some miscellaneous storage. But then over here on this side, we do have some hay that we could put in. We should put that in the silos. So it's turned into some support type stuff, support seeds and things like that. And then our made seed vault here, right? But again, there's still a manual aspect. We still have to go. But what this does give you is, instead of having to, let's say you wanted to seed out 100 of a crop to 100 seeds. With one seed maker, you'd have to just throw it in, harvest it, throw it in, harvest it. You could either stand there and do it, or every time you come by, you could do it. Here, I could throw in 10 different crops and then walk away, and it will just slowly work its way through it. So you don't have to build a whole line of seed makers. Now, it's getting a little late. You will notice that we do have a whole line of seed makers up here because we've gotten these as rewards in Skull Cavern, fishing stuff, and things like that. So we might as well use them. I did install another functionality of Automate is you don't have to go from chest to chest to chest to chest to store your stuff. You do have to get stuff out that way. So there is a mod, I believe it's called Convenient Inventory, where I can press a key and within a range, it will put stuff into my inventory. So you saw stuff fly towards the fridge here, right? Like if we put all this, it has to be at least one in there. It will stack to things that are already in there, right? So if we pull all this stuff out and I hit my key, you're going to see it all flies up there and gets placed into the fridge. So that has made just, call it a quality of life convenience type mod. But you'll notice here, I pulled this one out and there was no vinegar for it to stack, so it stayed in my inventory. So it has somewhat automated out. Like I can just walk into an area and throw my things, but I still have to go to that area. Again, it's a lightweight version of Automate. So, all right, well, that was day one and some of the things that we have put in. We'll go mod by mod here in a little bit. Let's go ahead. We sold a decent amount. I didn't pay attention. It's got to be 40, 50. Oh, 60? 64. Not too bad. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back and we'll see day two. All right, everybody, welcome back. Day 2 of winter. Says year 8. We did fast forward to start of year 7 to start this playthrough for roleplay story reasons. When we first set this playthrough up, we based it off of our original vanilla character. We have that whole series up on YouTube. You can find it. There should be a playlist that has all that info in it. But that character, oh, we need to check. I think it's still a ways off before we have casts done. Oh, 5 days. Okay, that'll happen in this stream. That'll be cool. So our original playthrough was a completely vanilla run. First time I had played through the game. I think I had a grand total of an hour of gameplay in before that. All right, we have coffee to take up today. And so, took us... Man, I don't know. I know the save was like in the fall or start of winter of year 6. We played it that long. And I think that's how long it took us to hit perfection. We didn't get the community center done until like year 3. So we didn't rush through that one at all. All right, we got coffee. Hey, Grobus. And so we basically based this playthrough off of the idea that that character got shipwrecked, right? That's what we were kind of looking to do. So, all right, let's pull all the normal coffee out. What do we got going here? Now that we've capped out our coffee, let's just pull everything here. So at one time when we had our outside coffee beans, we had more coffee beans than we had capacity. Our capacity has now outstripped our coffee production. The little greenhouse can't keep up with coffee production here. So we have 12. One of them is just going to be, I think, all of the non-normal beans. So we'll put those there. So that means we have 11 left. Let's start splitting some stacks here. Put these over here. Let's just put them up there. That'll make life a little easier. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, split that one. 6, 7. That gives us 8 at 250. I'm thinking, let's just split them into stacks of 200 and see where that puts us. There we go. I wish the modifier key... I don't think any of my modifier keys would let you do like the 25 per, like you can in the... for... oops. Like buying things. That'd be nice. Let's move this one over here. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, if we can get that, that'll give us 10, which is really close to our 11. I think this is probably the way we'll go. 200, 200, 200. Why is there only 99 there? Oh, because we started with 249. There we go. Alright, then this will start our 11th. No, it won't. We still have 100 in that one stack up there. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll throw this stuff into 12. Alright, I gotta work. So we'll throw those in there. $200 in each. Or 200-ish. One of these is not quite going to get 200. That's okay. So again, this is... if I had the automate mod installed, I could do all this and not move. It does take a little more time, but it's kind of been enjoyable to do things a little bit more manually now. Alright, we're just going to toss that in. And then we need to pull back out some of our espresso. Alright, onward and upward. Alright, so we harvested our coffee. Done. I have 1,000 hay. So we've got our chickens basically locked into their coops now. It is winter, they won't come outside. One thing that we are going to experiment with is we technically don't have access to heaters. Now, this has happened a few times in this playthrough. We've had to make decisions on, are we going to not have some functionality in the game, which sometimes we have chosen that because we don't have access to it, or are we going to use the menu system to gain that functionality? So we still have 100% happiness. They are complaining that there's no heaters. Well, let's see what Lydia thinks of this. Okay, we're dropping... Interesting. Hasn't been petted today. Lydia didn't get auto-petted. Sorry, Lydia. Hasn't been petted today. Alright, if we manually pet... Alright, so there's a potential issue here. The auto-petter is not living up to their expectations. Let's check the chickens and see if it's the same for the chickens. So if we manually petted the animals... Interesting. Okay, so I don't think the auto-petter is meeting their full-on needs. I'd have to look at that again. Let's see what this interface says. Yeah, see, this interface says they got a pet based off of the auto-petter, but it's not the full petting, and so they're a little bit grumpy. Now, why does this matter? Well, if the happiness drops and their mood drops, the quality of the produce is going to drop as well. We're going to let that play out. We're just going to leave them and see what happens. So when we harvest our eggs, if we see very few iridium, we'll know that that's an issue. Anyway, going back to the original point, we've had to make judgment calls throughout the whole playthrough on, like, are we going to access a menu? I have the ability to access a lot of the store menus and things like that. So, for instance, technically in this playthrough, I would not have had access to the hopper. The hopper is a recipe you get from the walnut room. We don't have access to the island. We don't have access to the walnut room. But one of the backstory or RPG elements is that this is the same character. This character has learned how to do all those things. And so part of the playthrough here has been... Oh, we forgot to put our fish away. Take care of that later. Part of the playthrough has been remembering how to do a lot of the stuff that we have already known how to do. And so from that standpoint, we have given ourselves access to certain recipes and things like that along the way. All right, let's store all that stuff. So, all that being said, we would have to make, if we were going to play through this some more, which I think we'll just leave this at experiment land. Could we have heaters in our coops? Well, we could put them in there for sure. And I could just access this menu. We can find wherever Marnie's stuff is. Pierre Robin, pet adoption, animal shop. Here we go. We could buy heaters and do that, right? And we would pretend that, you know, our backstory would be we didn't buy the heater. We tributed 2,000 points of island tribute for the help of the materials to build our own heater. So I think you could do that. I think it's fair. We've done that quite a few times on this playthrough. We could just live with the consequences, which is what we're doing right now. But for instance, buying hay from Marnie, I don't think I would do that, right? Like, that's not something that there's a way to get hay in the game. We just need to manage that. And so that's when a lot of our decision making in the game has been linked to that kind of stuff. I normally let this spawn up a little bit more before we blow it up, so we will leave this stuff alone. Is there anything in here we want to pull out? Let's pull out the cinder shards, the diamonds. Diamonds have value. I didn't mean to hit that one, but we'll hit that one and that one and that one. We'll leave the ore, we'll leave the bone. Just grab the precious stones. How's that for island greed? Alright, we'll leave the rest. Now, something else that this mod, or this map, does give us access to is the mines. This is the normal mines, but notice we can't leave here. We can't leave via minecart. There is a dwarf here. We're pretending we can't see him. So in our playthrough, this mine is not the original mine from Stardew Valley. This mine is on the island, and we've worked our way down this mine as well. In addition, there is a Skull Cavern version. Again, this is not the one in the desert. This is on this island. There is a similar thing. We also put in the Skull Cavern elevator, and so we can access that. So we're treating these as if they're on the island, but we can't exit either one, right? If we pop back over here, like if we go to the Skull Cavern, you notice that it's not the full interface, right? It's cut in half. There's usually something else over here. And then when we go to leave here, it just brings us back here. We can't get out of our isolation from those two things as well. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? I do appreciate it. Thank you so much for swinging by. If you guys have never seen her channel, go check out Classy Cozy Gamer. She's always playing something fun, and they have a great community over there. So go check her out. Appreciate you swinging by. And we appreciate the double raid yesterday or the day before. Day before. Thank you guys so much for that. That was huge. Very, very much appreciated. All right, let's get some of this stuff in storage or in tribute mode. So we will tribute, store those. That gets tributed. Tribute. That's another thing in this playthrough that we haven't had to worry about the Gunther. All of our artifacts have been tributed. Again, if we look at our stats here, right, we can't ship everything. We're just not going to have access to everything. Although there are things here that we could ship. It doesn't look like I've shipped bars and ore and stuff like that. We might do some of that just to see how much of this. Looks like we did ship some ore. We can't get access to all the fish. We can't fish in the mountain or the lakes. We can't fish in the streams and stuff like that. 0 artifacts donated because we don't have access to Gunther. 0 minerals donated. We've cooked a few things and we've unlocked a lot of recipes. So we probably could have spent some more time on this. We did install a mod called Love of Cooking, which has really updated cooking quite a bit. And that's been fun. Let's see. I don't know if we've sold one of each of these. We'll sell one of those. So I think we could have done a little bit more with the cooking aspect of the game. But it added a cooking skill, which was kind of cool. Also added a cooking... new cooking interface and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So, all right, what do we got going on in here? All right, probably a large egg. I would guess we sold a small egg at some point. I'm pretty sure we probably sold a void egg. I don't know if we sold a duck egg. I'm guessing we sold a dino egg, but we'll pull all those out as well. So anyway, so that's also changed some of the pressure. Like, and everything that we kind of have now, we can just use, sell, whatever. So let's go ahead and do the same thing here. I can't remember if I've sold one of each of these, so we will grab one of each. I'm pretty sure we sold bat wings. You would think I probably sold bat wings early. There we go. What else do we have stored away here? Probably sold each of those. Now you'll notice, like in our minerals, we don't have a ton of minerals because we only keep the ones for things that we need to manufacture, right? I don't think you need to sell one of those, so we'll grab one of those. Food. We only have one river jelly. I don't think I'm going to sell it. I don't think those would count. Sea urchin. And a coral. There we go. So it has changed kind of some of the play is you just keep the resources you need to survive. Let the rest go. Let the island spirits have them. So, all right. Abby is defeated again in the egg hunt. Let's see. Okay, so we'll see how much that updates our collections here. Now you'll notice some things, you know, are up here because, like, we don't have a fish smoker, but we've fished up smoked fish, right? Looks like we do have some of the mushrooms and beans and stuff like that. But mostly this is all stuff that we have found, is found or grown, has been shipped. So we've done a pretty decent job, it looks like a banana, right? Bananas are forageable on this island, so looks like I do have both of those eggs. So we've done a pretty decent job. It looks like we haven't done a star fruit or an ancient fruit. Probably have. No, we used up all of our ancient fruit. Probably haven't done a duck feather, though, or a rabbit's foot. Let's sell those as well. I can't remember if they're on the list, but they're getting sold. All right, let's go up here. I believe tomorrow is going to be the big day up here. Yeah, 1 day on those, 2 days. We do have pineapples. We're not going to worry too much about those. Could harvest our beets. All right, so here's our wine. So you can see we've got iridium wine, gold wine, silver wine, and normal wine up here. Because, again, the skill mod makes it so that we retain the quality. Or at least our choices made us retain our quality. And so that eliminates, at least to a certain extent, some of the need for casks. Yeah, you can still use casks, so like I think we'll probably keep a hold of our gold wine here. And I think we'll cask it up. So we can spend I think it takes a season to move your wine from gold to iridium. But we don't have to take I think it's 2 seasons to move it from normal to iridium. Something like that. Speaking of casks, we still have a day left on ours, or let's move that over there. Oh, 5 days. Okay, we still have a ways on that. So let's go ahead and pop out here. So you'll see we have a big old stack of gold. So we'll keep those. The rest of these I think we'll go ahead and sell off. So 158,000 on normal, 142,000. So 96 versus 69. This was 158. Less of this is a 142, and this is only 28. But you can see the difference in quality for the sale price, right? Like this is 2,062. This is 3,300. So having that extra iridium's been nice. Now again, we're going to really see this hopefully kick in on the starfruit. That's what we're hoping for. That's the experiment we're doing there. Okay. That's another day. We collected our crab pods. That's just floating there because I want to set the respawn on that one. All right, something else we did a lot on the island and actually helped us a ton. So there's a couple of mods. So we've talked about some of these. Let's go through the ones we've already talked about. So we've talked about convenient inventory, right? That's the one where if you just use a key, you can stack items without having to open up every single chest. That one's been nice. We've talked about love of cooking. I'll say it again. One of the best interfaces and information, like your progression is in here. There's a lot of info put into this. This is inspiring. Yeah, here's a whole system. The seasoning systems we haven't really used. This one's interesting. Like, because we couldn't do this, if you are at a high enough level of friendship, you can actually use the kitchens of people in town to cook stuff. So that's kind of too cool. We did use this one. The energy and health is done over time versus instant. That changes the way you play a little bit. You got to be a little bit careful with your health. So again, lots of options, but also lots of information in here. A progression system on your tools, on your pans and things like that. Again, we unlocked everything because of the Walk of Life mod. Additional recipes, new perks, all kinds of stuff. Well put together mod. I really enjoyed that one. Let's see others. We talked about Skull Cavern Elevator. We used that one. We'll talk about this one in a second. To do, we talked about that one. Okay, so let's talk about fishing. So we added the visible fish mod, so you can see the fish. That's just a visual. It doesn't really change anything. The thing that we added to help us was what was called Fishing Chests Expanded. And so in here, can I go through? I can't scroll through. I don't know what's all in there. I see that's probably golden animal cracker and golden egg. But what this does is it expands what's going to come up in a fishing chest. Now we have this cranked up because we were doing an experiment. It defaults here to 15% base chance for a treasure chest. If you set this to 0, it will use the generic game. So let's do that. We did 100 because we were just testing to see what we could get. And you can set the maximum number of items, the base value, minimum value, maximum value. And then you can also have sliders here of what kind of stuff is going to come into your chest. So we got a lot of things here. We actually got statues, we got decorations, we got seeds, artifacts, all your normal stuff as well. But this did give us access to some items. We got eggs through here, which let us start our duck thing and different things like that. Those are the two big ones for fishing. So fishing was a big part of our world here. Now our fishing skill is very much cranked up because one of the things about the fishing, or all the skills, is once you hit mastery, you have 10 more levels to go through and you still gain perks, right? You still gain the perks much like you went through them originally. So if you look here, we have, instead of plus 10 fishing rod, we have plus 20. So it was, you got one more per level. And so it has raised up our abilities there as well. So you can see here, we do have 2 cork bobbers. Between the 2 cork bobbers, our fishing skill, you can see that our bar is over 50%. If we add more cork bobbers, which I think we will maybe do here today, let's go grab 2 more. Because one of the perks is we have a double lingering ability on our tackle. So let's get 2 more cork bobbers. Oh, we also did fish up one of the legendary fish. The crimson fish, because this is ocean fishing, there was a spot that we found that actually got us one legendary fish. So he lives in a fish tank in our house. Reminds us of home. So it also makes getting perfection and fishing chests easier. All right, so we'll see here. So there you go. We got a stone Junimo. We got a book. We got an anvil. So this has been a big part of survival on the island. Evidently, the ocean currents bring all the crap that falls off of ships and shipwrecks right to this island for some reason. Obviously, you can see that we did turn on monsters at night. That felt appropriate for a deserted island. We're going to try to fish through it, but we might have to fight here. There we go. Okay, so now you can see that our health has gone down. A slight glitch. So one of the mods that we put on to change the challenge level was called Survivalistic. I like this mod. It really made a difference early on. There's a little bit of an interface issue here. It won't remember your custom spot, at least the way I built it. So we'll put that back here. So over here we have a hunger bar and a thirst bar. You notice that our health has gone down, and I left a gap right there. Let's go ahead and eat. And you're going to see this pops up with health and energy, and it starts counting down as your health and energy go up. If your hunger or thirst gets down to 0 and you do anything, it just plummets your energy bars. Also here you can see this is called a limit breaker. That's part of the system as well. Gives you special abilities at level 20 combat. There's 4 to choose from. So let's talk about the hunger and thirst. Made a lot of sense for a deserted island, and I'm going to say definitely the first week, and arguably the first season, so spring of the first playthrough year. That was a big driver on what we were doing in the playthrough, because it was everything we could do to feed ourselves and make sure that... All right, so there, our fishing tackle's worn out. So let's look at this. We'll look at our fishing bar here, hopefully. Once we got past that point, right? Once we got to the point where we could produce food and eat regularly, it's become trivial, which is fine. That's kind of part of the progression, I think, of if you were lost on an island, establishing your water source and food source and stuff like that would be important. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and put these on. So you'll notice the 2 shaded cork bobbers. Those will linger there for a while. They will eventually go away. But we can stack 2 more cork bobbers onto that. And actually, we should have gotten ourselves a sea jelly or 2. There we go. We even eat a sea jelly. It's another +1 to fishing, which still does register. So you notice that went to level 21. All right. Let's see what kind of crazy fishing bar we can put together here. Maybe if we can just catch a fish. There you go. There's a lot of fish that we catch that you just never need to move the fishing bar anymore. Now, once those 2 lingering cork bobbers go away, it'll shrink back down. All right, so that was an alarm that we had set. We'll take a look at that in a second. It's another mod, not specific to this playthrough, but it's one I've used in other playthroughs. Where you can set yourself alarms to go off, to remind yourself to do things. I just have 2. A warning that 12 o'clock is coming and a warning that 2 o'clock is coming, essentially. So that's been another thing. I think I mentioned it before. So there you go. Our lingering has dropped off. You can see the fishing bar. Still crazy big, but it isn't. It has popped down a little bit. So now those 2 slots are empty again, at least until our tackle wears out again. But without the need to be like doing quests for the NPCs, hitting their birthdays. Without those, I haven't needed the alarm near as much. Even our to-do list has been pretty lightweight. All right, so my feel so far, what have we gotten? 1 or 2 chests? The stock version, the 15% I think is higher than what we're getting right now. .02. We don't have the bestest of luck today, but all right. So again, fishing was a big part of our success. Once we established fishing and were able to fish with some regularity, that made a huge difference. Let's go ahead and stack what fish we can in here. Let's throw those in. Rest of this stuff will store up with our other things. Let's go ahead and grab some bait. Now notice I grabbed half the bait and not the full stack of bait. What I have found is with the convenient inventory mod, you always want to leave something. That way I can just hit this button and throw it back in there. I can't remember which mod does it. I can do a shift control right click and it'll leave just one. And that is convenient as well because then I can just throw stuff back in. Which definitely works. All right, let's toss. So there you go. All that just stored, and we didn't have to go from chest to chest to chest, and that is definitely convenient. We don't need the fishing experience, so we'll give that away. We'll store that in there. Get those cranking. And I think it's time to head home. So tomorrow morning, I think we will go ahead and take a look at the cooking mod that we added called Love of Cooking. Because that, again, I don't know what bebinged. We must have got an achievement for something. Maybe it's because we sold so many items or something like that. Might be. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Love of Cooking mod. Oh, so we sold 10 million worth of stuff. Got snow. That's been okay, so absolutely neutral, we'll talk about that. That's one of the skill mods that we put on is we have a cooking skill and a luck skill. And one of the perks, I can't remember which one it is, maybe I think it's Fortune Teller. But one of those creates a situation where if you get negative luck, it resets it to 0. So we can never have negative luck, and there's a 20% chance it'll be max luck based off of some of these. So the luck skill is an implementation of a planned thing. There was a luck skill in the core game. It just was never implemented. So it is a re-implementation of luck as a skill. So that is another mod that we have installed. Did we get everything there? Now we are treating this as an altar to the spirits, the island spirits. And so part of that is we still have access to that information. Okay, so here we go. So this is the new cooking interface. We have 2 mods installed. One is called Love of Cooking. That's the one we just looked at here. And then we have one called Better Crafting. We can override one with the other, right? Like if we click on Replace Cooking menu here, we can get back to a version of cooking, right? This is an updated version. Now we did find that one of the things we had to do, I don't think I have the raw materials, but we added a mod called, I don't see it listed, farming, foraging, mining, magnetism. Oh no, yeah, kitchen. I don't know why they're broken up into these categories. Anyway, we added a mod to a water mod, so we could actually have access to water. I don't see them popping up in here. So that's one of the things we've had to mess around with, is some conflicting mods. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is the Love of Cooking doesn't recognize the water as a raw material, so we couldn't create water. So we just had to pop up here. Now, again, because the survivalistic became trivial, we didn't have to worry about it too much later. Okay, so this adds recipes and things like that, but it adds a lot of functionality, right? You can actually list all the recipes. It'll show you just the things you have ingredients for. It will pull from your backpack and from your fridge, right? So that's kind of cool. You can set favorites. So if you've got certain things, so let's do that, like that one, and let's see if I can remember how to do it. I think it's just click there. There we go. So now if we want to go to just favorites, favorites, there we go. It'll list just the recipes that you have favorited. So if you have, like, these are the 2 that we have cooked probably 99% of the time. New recipes, recipes that give you buffs, some predefined filters, different ways of sorting your recipes, how you want to view it, right? This is amazing. You can also go to all recipes, and if you click out of that, hopefully, how do I get back? There we go. You can also search, if you just have something that you're looking for. So this interface is really, really cool. When you first start out, you can only cook 1 ingredient recipes, and then you can, as you upgrade from copper to steel to gold. See, it's got to be copper, steel, gold, iridium. What did I miss? That would be the normal pan. There would be a copper pan, a steel pan. Let's go take a look at this. I can't remember Here we go. One, so copper, steel, gold. Oh, okay, so it just jumps from 4 to 6 for iridium. All right, I was trying to find out, is there a 5 in here? Yeah, there's no 5. So, you know, this is the number of ingredients that you can cook with. Now, if you are cooking, like, so here, sashimi, we have no fish in our inventory, right? Down here, we've got an auto add ingredients. We can turn that on and off. So we'll turn it off right now. So for triple shot espresso, if we wanted to go in here and grab some coffee, you know, we can put that stack in there. If you have a multi-ingredient recipe, obviously you put in all the ingredients to cook it. So let's do that. Let's go to just ready to cook. Oh, let's make some pancakes. Right, so pancakes take wheat flour and egg. So I'd have to find an egg. And we'd find a wheat flour. There we go. And then, depending on what I've put in here, I can cook multiple versions. Now, since we only have one egg, we can only cook one. But if I fill in, now that I've got these extra slots, I can fill them in, right? And so this is kind of cool. And then you can bulk cook things. So let's take a look at bulk cooking here. So we're going to take that stuff out. We're going to go back to our backpack. And then we're going to turn on auto add ingredients here. And then what it's done is it's gone to our fridge and it's pulled all of our coffee and just filled up. Now, again, if we had eggs or whatever, fish, it will just pull the first 6 that it can find. So now we have 184. Now, there is a bit of a glitch in that there's a cap on the amount of XP you can gain per cooking. I found it to be 515. And there is also a first time you cook a recipe, you get a lot more experience for it. And then there's a diminishing returns when you make these bulks. It seems to, the ceiling or the floor seems to be about 10. So basically what I would do is I wouldn't cook more than usually 48, 49, because there was a bit of a decimal. And that would get us right around 500 experience. That way we could maximize our experience. Since we are experience capped out, and I don't care, we're going to go ahead and just crank this all the way up to 184. So we're about to cook 184 triple shot espressos with the press of a button. And there we go. Now, we're going to check in on this because sometimes, it looks like we're okay now. Sometimes the way it pulls them out won't keep an even number. Since this takes 5, it will sometimes leave a remainder, because I think what it's doing is it might even be bypassing the quality issue. So let's say you had 8 gold here, right? Well, it's going to take the first 5 out and leave 3. Well, it can't cook with 3, so it goes to the next slot and says, oh, these are silver. I think it will take 2, combine them with the 3, and allow it to cook, which you can't do in the stock one. So occasionally you'll get to the end and have a number left over or something like that because of that. But anyway, great mod. It's been one of my favorites. Because of the isolation playthrough, I don't think we've been able to take full advantage of all the things this mod can do. But it has been a lot of fun. All right, let's go ahead and store our triple shot espresso in there. And we'll just take... Honestly, we should probably sell. This is also a good coffee. The reason I always plant coffee is coffee beans every other day in your greenhouse. You get, the bean is the seed and you get 4 per plant. So it's really easy. Once you get that first coffee bean, it's really easy to get a field of coffee set up. Then the resulting product, once you get kegs, is to make coffee. Coffee is a pretty good money maker. Also, it's a speed buff. And so you get kind of the best of both worlds. Then once you get the triple shot espresso recipe, that is just combining coffee into a single thing. I think actually it might be 3, not 5. It's 5 beans to make the coffee. I think it might be 3. 3 coffees to make a triple shot espresso. So I always have those in my bar. Crab cakes is another one I almost always have in my bar. Those are my 2 speed buffs that I eat every morning. So speaking of that, let's go ahead and eat our crab cakes. drink our triple shot espresso. This is another thing that has made the mod a little bit irrelevant, because it's like that fills up half my bar. This is going to fill up 100% of my thirst bar, and throughout the day we pop 2 or 3 triple shot espressos, so that's kind of hardly ever an issue. All right, it is snowing. Now, interesting enough, we got our first Dwarf King statue before we could even use them. We got our second one at some point. So we actually have now an extra statue of blessings and Dwarf King. So we fished up 2 Dwarf Kings and 1 statue of blessings. We did craft this statue of blessings, though. Okay, I believe we have starfruit. Let's see how our deluxe fertilizer treats us here. Oh, better than I thought. Look at that. All right, we have got 84 starfruit. That's pretty insane, actually. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start seeding those up. Yeah, let's do a second round here. We'll seed the gold as well. And again, we're probably going to have to sacrifice some of our iridium quality. I don't think this is going to give us the 96 seeds that we need. But that's the cost of doing business here. Oh, don't eat it. Alright, let's see what this gives us, though. Alright, 42. So let's do a 1 round of iridium. So now we're eating into our potential profits. What do we have over here? Oh, never mind. We shouldn't have done that. We actually had some in stock, but that's alright. This will give us a little bit of extra. Because we do want to replant. Jeez, find the square. Now, because of the mods that we're running, and one of them being the Walk of Life mod, we have the ability to put this starfruit into our kegs, and because it is iridium quality going in, it's going to be iridium quality coming out. Which means we don't have to put any of it in casks. So that's why we've got the deluxe fertilizer set up. We have 11. There we go. So we'll get all that started. Now, yeah. Let's go ahead and head down to the cave and get part 2 of this setup going. And that is our ancient fruit. Now, ancient fruit is a regrowth crop. So what we lose in the deluxe fertilizer kind of run through. Okay, so we deluxe fertilizered that one. Okay, we didn't get, I mean, we did get one, but I don't think the mods changed this. I didn't see anything, so I did put deluxe fertilizer on this one corner just to try to see if it is going to do anything as an experiment. In vanilla, deluxe fertilizer does not work on, it works on the first time a crop grows, it does not work on the regrowth. And so we have not deluxe fertilized these fields. Now, if I really wanted to do an experiment, what we would do would be each, like, do 3 or 4 harvests, get these numbers. But you can see the percentages here, how much worse they are than what we just did with our star fruit. We had, what, 80% of our star fruit was iridium quality. Here, what do we have? We've got 50, 100, call it 200-ish. So you're looking at about 15% came out. So what we could do, if we really wanted to, let's see. Just give me, there we go, the tile grid. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 43, 86, so 45, 90, 180, 78, 76, 5, 172, 171. We wanted to build 171 deluxe fertilizers. And then in the next harvest, we should be able to get to the second harvest today. Let's see what we have in here. 171, 170, 698, 67. All right, so if we make 170, do we have... Yeah, we've got enough iridium bars, and we should have enough sap. We've collected so much sap. All right, so another mod that we have put on, which I do like, it might be in the... Honestly, I'm going to have to look to see which mod does this. But when we go to make this, if we shift... Is it shift right-click, I think? Or is it just right-click? Just right-click. We do have this bulk crafting interface. So we can come in here, we can say how many we want. Now notice it will rescale how much we need. So for 170 fertilizer, because we're getting 5 per craft, it puts in we need the 34 iridium bars and 1360 sap, and we can just craft that, right? So that's a pretty cool mod. Let's see if we can find it. Might be in better crafting. Let's look here. Quality, use low quality limit, matching items. Chests at once. Quickly store items from your inventory into chests. So, yeah, that one we're using. Transfer half, transfer quantity. Okay, so this I hadn't messed around with all that much. So that's interesting. We do have... Actually, no, that's different. We're using convenient inventory for that. So I haven't even used this part of this mod. Anyway, let's see. Better crafting, recycling. Get back. Oh, that's interesting. Use the crafting menu to recycle items and get back items that were used to craft it. So this is basically replacing the recycler, which is interesting. I hadn't really explored this. I just left everything at default on this. Okay, so I don't see it in there. So is it in convenient inventory? Quick stacks. Oh, this will actually let you do favorite items so they won't get stored. We should check that. We should test that here. Get your side warp. Take all but one. I'm using that one. Auto organize. I'm using that. Yeah, I'm not sure which mod is actually giving us that functionality, but let's go ahead and do that. So this was an issue. So if I do this, Notice now that my triple shot espresso has a little gold border around it. And that should mean that when we pop up here and auto stack, yeah, notice, see how it's not auto stacking that into the fridge now. So some functionality that I knew existed, but I kind of forgot about. All right. Let's get our speed on. And we're going to go ahead and do this. Like I said, I think this is going to have zero effect. But what's the fun of things if you're not going to experiment with something? Watched a really cool video today. I'll have to dig up. I'll try to dig the link up. Her science run was, what if every square of Pelican Town, like every tile, so everything in town, the bus stop, cinder sap, everything, what if you put a chest in every spot? So obviously in one of the updates, NPCs no longer destroy chests, they just kind of push them aside, and they're going to pop to another square. Well, what if there's not another square? What if literally every square that's placeable has a chest in it? Then what happens? It was really kind of fun to watch. But I enjoy things like that where it's just like, well, let's see what the game systems will do in this situation. So I'll dig the link up if I can here and pass it along. It was a fun watch though. This is kind of a pain from the standpoint of I can't see very well what's been fertilized. We do have a mod that we can run our cursor over it, so we'll do that right at the end just to make sure we didn't miss any. But occasionally we've walked over a second time and I've heard it kick in, which means we've missed some occasionally. Alright, we'll do a quick scan here. I think we've got it. Deluxe, 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 deluxe. Just looking for one to pop. There's one right there, see? Those look good. Now, mathematically, sometimes I'll go through, and if you trust your math, you can say, well, I started with this many. There should have been this many plots, and I have this many left, so I've hit them all. I didn't trust my math that much, so we'll do a manual check there. All right, let us... Ooh, what haven't we done today? We got our ancient fruit. We're probably not going to go do hardwood stumps. Okay, the harvest ancient or star fruit. We're going to talk about that in a second. So this to-do list has the ability to set things in repeatable patterns, which is really cool. I like that aspect of it. So let's go ahead and pop up here. We're not going to do that. And before we clear this one, I want to reset it. So this is set to 11 days. Now, if I clear this, I can still get to the harvest star fruit. And if we edit this, we can set this to repeat every 11 days, which means, like if we turn it on here, so if we set this to done, it goes away. but it's not going to delete it. It's going to keep it for us. And then what will happen is in 11 days, it will pop back up. That's the plan anyway. All right, same thing here. Let's start with our iridium quality, because this is going to come out of the kegs iridium quality, which means we don't have to put it in the casks or anything. All right, then we'll go to gold. And I have a feeling we're not going to have enough. I think we're about to hit the limit of our production capabilities. Now, if I were going to continue this playthrough, and let's say we were chasing after perfection and all the things you would normally do for perfection, the next step would probably be to, okay, it's time to up our capacity. We need giant farms of ancient fruit or star fruit. We need, we need to collect tons and tons of stuff. I would probably bring in, Junimo huts at that point and harvest things. And if I had access to the island, right, the island's going to get converted and all that kind of stuff is going to happen. Because normally at this point, you're now chasing high-ticket items. You're normally going to be chasing your obelisks, your golden clock, all of that kind of stuff. And that costs lots and lots and lots of resource. And so, oh, we had deluxe fertilizer in here as well. All right, let's pull that out. We'll put that outside. Probably from the last time we deluxe fertilized this, honestly. We should go ahead and harvest out our... Ooh, we have beet seeds. What do we have for seeds? We have 8 left, so I think we'll harvest out and then we will go ahead and reseed our beets. Now, beets we're doing just a little section for because, again, we can't buy stuff from Pierre, which means if we want sugar, oil, we're making oil out of corn, we're making wheat flour out of wheat, we're making sugar out of beets. If we want those, I'll get an ancient fruit seed there. Well, we have to be self-sufficient, right? So the beets is our small little way to get sugar. That's what we've been doing. So essentially what happens is 1 out of every about 3 crops. There we go, perfectly this time. We got 2 more plantings out of this, right? So we planted seeds. The next one we could probably turn into sugar. The one after that we could turn into sugar. And then at that point we're going to have to... let's see, let's leave those in here. Leave that in here. Let's take that, put it outside. Then we'd have to turn them back into seeds to keep that system going. And then out here we probably have... Let's make sure... We probably have 10 beet seeds. You know what? Let's pull those out. So, this is our backup supply. If things go wrong, we have a seed vault here, right? This allows us to regrow, reseed, because again, we can't go buy seeds, so we have to keep this in place for our own survival. All right, we'll go ahead and put our deluxe fertilizer in there. Got an extra anvil. We'll stick there. We've gotten 2 of the strange capsule events. One of the mods, is it luck? I think the luck mod actually creates a situation where daily quest, no, it's this one. Nightly events occur twice as often. So you get a lot more of that kind of stuff as well. All right. Have we cleared everything? We've cleared everything on our to-do list. These need to go up into the greenhouse. That way we just got them extra. Throw them at the thing. Good to go there. Our kegs are all kegging. That is a 5 days, 13 hours, 5 days, 3 hours. Because we planted, or we did the ancient fruit far later than we did the star fruit. Normally, I'd probably try to be a little more efficient with that. If you like this map, it's called the Deserted Island map. So that is, well, not a mod. Well, it is a mod, but it's not one of the ones that's in the list. This is the challenge edition. So there's some small changes to it to facilitate the type of play we're doing. You can also play it as a normal map. So if we look at the overall map here, there's a rowboat behind our duck coop up here that will take you to here, and that will take you to the backwoods. There's a rowboat right here, which will teleport you over here. That takes you to the bus stop. There's one right here that takes you down here. That'll take you to Cindersap. Those exist on this map. We could do that. We're just not doing it because of the playthrough that we're doing. This is also a little glitch in the survivalistic mod. It's basically putting that bar on every screen. Like, this screenshot is made up of essentially a bunch of different screenshots, kind of. And so it's putting it in the bottom corner of each box, kind of thing. This rowboat at the end of the dock takes you across to here. And this is part of the mod as well. So this is awesome. She also has, the mod author of this mod has a farm called the Legacy Farm. Is huge. Absolutely huge. We have to, I might consider turning, if I do a super Joja run, which is one of my ideas that I want to do next, I might use the Legacy map because it would be like a Joja empire that we were building. So, all right, so you can see our food and drink are low. Now, one of the choices you do have, and I don't have this on, is your hunger. There we go. Can actually continue to go while you're sleeping. That would increase the challenge a little bit if you turned that on. But we're going to go ahead and go to sleep here. Not a cracking day of tribute to the island spirits today. We apologize, spirits, for only having 860 points of tribute to you. Hopefully you will forgive us and still give us good luck. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back. as we continue with our recap and retrospective of the Survival Island playthrough. It has been a lot of fun. I have enjoyed it. So there you can see that just our daily breakfast filled up our hunger and thirst bars. Clear and sunny. Alright. So, last couple streams we've spent kind of decorating out our house. We turned this one kind of into a... like, we don't have any friends, so we placed friends down here. We did find a painting of Krobus, so we put that up. We spawned most of the stuff in. There's our crimson fish. We got 2 void frogs and a prismatic frog in there. We've got our altar dedicated to the island spirits. And then we built a pirate room because we did dig up lots of pirate treasure both on the island and during our fishing events. 3 days left on that. Alright, then as always we'll check the Statue of Blessings. Got a fishing buff. So now we've got coffee to harvest. This is cranking away. We do have some wheat, so let's pull our wheat. What do we have for wheat seeds? Okay, because we do have a stock of wheat seeds, we're going to go ahead and use this wheat. We also have corn available. Now, corn is nice because since it's a regrowth crop, we don't have to worry about reseeding it. We probably should go ahead and pull these pineapples. They will just be for tribute. And we've got beets growing away there. All right, so here we'll go ahead and throw in our wheat to make wheat flour. And we'll come down here. We'll throw our corn in here to make oil. Actually, let's take the oil with us. Our eggs are still producing there, or the egg mayo machines. And I think, if I remember right, we put all that in for the ability to make... I think it was crab cakes. Yep, we just don't have our crabs with us right now, but wheat flour, eggs, and oil. That's the infrastructure to make crab cakes. We are starting to get low. We have 18 left. Usually use 1 a day. So we don't have quite enough to get through a season right now. But we do have tons of crabs, so if we need to, we can cook more of those. Okay, I see that some of our coffee is starting to finish. But we should get more coffee beans today. Okay, so we're right... It's pretty close to being balanced, I'm going to say. Our coffee making ability and our coffee harvesting ability are within a reasonable number of each other. So let's see here. This one is the one where we put in all of our non-normal beans. Although actually, yeah, we're not going to. We've gone through 140 8 times over, and we only pulled 392. So that was still using up some of our excess. Our coffee production is well above our ability to create coffee. Or to pull beans. Alright, let's just put those in there. And just let all that run. Alright, we've been storing hay, so let's go ahead and throw that in there. Because we do get a little bit of hay from wheat. Oh, I didn't even think about that. So, the future of this island, what we might have needed to do is to convert, now that we don't need... Like, we're at 6 million points of island goodness. We could pull out some of our like ancient fruit farm or something like that, and convert that all over to wheat. And then that would be a way to get hay. Wouldn't be the most efficient way, but at least would give us something to consider for future playthroughs. Okay, let's see. Harvest coffee done. Let's get on our chore list today. So the other thing I'd probably do is end up, I think, cutting most of these trees out. I don't know exactly what we would do down here on the beach. I don't think I'd want to go with more animals. We did not go with barns. We went with coop animals because the coops... Oh, so here you go. So if I wanted to make crab cakes, we've got... What do we have? Well, there's 32 in here. We have more crabs somewhere. Where did we put them? Maybe up. Let's just take those with us, and we'll see if we can find where they're hidden at. I'm not going to worry about going and getting hardwood. We have plenty of hardwood. So yeah, it'd be what would we want to do with a lot of this space down here? Now that we're kind of established. Alright, looks like we have some mystic trees that got done. Let's see if I put them in here. Yeah, there we go. So we have plentiful crab supply. If we want to make crab cakes. So, not a big deal there. Let's go ahead and grab our heavy tappers. And we'll tap all these trees that are slowly growing in. Now, because we fertilized our trees, we are also still getting growth through the winter. So it's a nice little perk of having the trees fertilized. So we now have mystic syrup, which I think we'll just put in our resource chest. That'll work just fine. So why did we bother with those trees? 2 reasons. I think it'll look cool. And that's been another, I think, kind of fun part of this playthrough, is sometimes we've been making our decisions not because it's the most efficient or the highest, like you get the most resource or whatever that you've got going there. Sometimes we've made it because it just kind of fits the story, fits the RP aspect. Now, this is not 100% true. So we put this in the place here because I think it'll look cool. It's going to kind of create a center point on the island, right? You know, if we look at the island as a whole, I'm going to recapture here. There we go. This is kind of a central location on the island. It's above the cave. This we have dedicated to grazing for the chickens. This is obviously our homestead up here. So having this kind of area to retreat to, I think it would be kind of cool. And the reason we put mystic trees in is we do need mystic syrup, because we are going to want to, if we continued, we'd put bluegrass in down here. Bluegrass starter. So the start of spring, all these fields would be bluegrass instead of normal grass. So that's something that we would do as well. I suppose if we really needed to harvest grass, we could create like grass fields down here that we harvested all. That's probably what I would do. I would probably convert, especially this little section right here. I would probably get grass to grow down here. And then what you do is you harvest it, but you leave enough that it continues to spread all year. And if it was down here, chances are the animals wouldn't get to it, right? You can see that they did get through all of this side, but not necessarily this side. So bluegrass, they're going to be fine here, which means we could harvest hay down here. That's probably what I would convert this section of the farm to, would probably be a clear out all these trees, except for this little one and that one that hopefully spawns in that spot, and then convert each of these 2 sections, the east and west side, maybe even up into this area here. I don't know. into grass. We could do the same thing up here or up here, although these we are letting go back to nature and turn into essentially tree farms. We could harvest trees out of there. We could also come down here and take out half of our trees and convert this over into a grass harvesting farm as well for hay. This is for moss. So we have green rain trees spread out in here as well. So that's creating moss for us. So that's some of the reasoning behind what we did there. All right, let's go put our tappers away. This will just go into storage and everything else looks good. Okay, let's go ahead and at this point, let's go ahead and pop through the mods that we are using. Mod number 1, pack possum and critter cages. I had that on. I don't know why it's off now. We'll turn it back on. What that does is it gives you a trinket slot right away from the very beginning. It also turns on trinkets will drop. So that one, that's what that one does. Ability experience bars are these bars over here. I love this mod. It basically is a similar thing to what's going on here. It just gives you your progression during each level, right? This will only tell you when you reach a level. This will tell you how close you are to getting to it. This one is one I'm probably going to run on most playthroughs now. Alarms we've kind of already looked at. That pops up the alarms that you can set just to get things done. Better crafting. This one I put on mostly just to organize this menu, right? Being able to find things in this is a whole lot easier because they're categorized out, but you can also edit these categories. I think you can add your own new category. It's got dynamic rules. Let's see if we can find one here. What's this say? Dynamic rules. There you go. So you can turn on categories and then it will put stuff in that category. Now, I haven't played around with this a lot. Let's play around here. Can we put... So there's floors and paths, right? Actually, fences. There's fences in this decoration category. Can I add fences here as well? Okay, so it will allow you to put an item in multiple categories as well. So, you've got that. Let's not include that in the category. There we go. That deletes it. Let's see. Can we make... Oh, there we go. We can make a new category. Include miscellaneous is enabled. Include disabled. Dynamic rules are disabled. All right. So there you go. If you want to... Oh, you can give it an icon. All right, let's give it that icon. There we go. Paste category from clipboard. Copy category from clipboard. Use uniform grid. Open settings. Delete category. All right, so let's make a new category. And we're going to give it... uniform grid. Give it that. And I think you can just individually select the things that you want. Yeah, so we can just put that in there. We can put that in there. And we can put that in there. We'll say test. All right. Now if I turn this off. So there's our test category. So you could, if you had a list of favorite things that you just wanted to craft, you could do that. Again, the dynamic things I think works really well. Just put in a category and then it auto populates that stuff into that category. That seems to make the most sense. All right. Can we delete this category? Delete category. Yes, there we go. So this has been a fun mod. I think this is... I only pulled it just to basically organize this. It just gets easier to find things. I would probably even take it a step farther, potentially. like this decoration category, I might, if I was going to use this a ton, get it to the point where you never have to scroll. So if a category scrolls, it means there's too much stuff in it, right? So like this category, I might take, okay, let's put furniture in its own category, right? So if we took furniture out, let's just take that out for right now. And then it's not quite enough. Maybe the lights as well, right? If we took the lights out. All right, see now we got this one down to a single page. And then I'd make a new category that would be like decoration 2 or lights and furniture or something like that. So I could see doing something along those lines. I'm going to keep it. These are all the stock categories. I didn't change any of these. So we'll keep that as is for now. Use only low quality. Use low and silver. This is kind of cool. So this is a filter that if you're going to craft something, you could set it so it would only use low quality, so it wouldn't use up your iridium quality if you wanted to keep those for something else. So that's kind of a cool setting as well. Uniform grid versus the original. You know, this kind of changes. Actually, that solves part of my problem, right? It shrinks a lot of these down to smaller sizes, which means you can fit more on a single page. What was the other one that was multiple pages? Was it machinery? Yeah, because the machinery is so big, but if you go to a uniform grid, it all fits on a single page. Shrinks down some of the things, kind of like that. So that is the better crafting thing. Better jukebox we run just because we use jukeboxes for chicken raves, so that's why that exists. Bigger backpack. This is the one that gives you your 4th layer in your backpack. One that I do enjoy quite a bit as well. Cabin style farmhouse. So this is a visual mod. This visual mod changed our farmhouse. I did a lot of looking for something. I didn't want just... We're on a deserted island. I kind of wanted it to look like a house that was built off of materials we found on the island, right? You see an anchor. You see the little life preserver there. I found a couple. One made it look more like a trailer, which was kind of run down. It was okay, but I think it was out of date. That's probably what I would have done. Would have been like a rusty old trailer, or looks like you just took metal panels and stuck together. I did find one that I was very tempting to start with, and that was, it was a tent. It was and it had different upgrades to the tent. I liked this cabin, so I wanted to run the cabin, and so I debated on, let's run the tent for a while, and then once we gather enough resources, we'll just switch mods and go over to the farmhouse. But I didn't want to upgrade and then have to re-upgrade. It was kind of weird. So I didn't use it, but the tent was an interesting one. It had 2 options as well. It had the option to change the interior or leave the interior alone. If you change the interior, it does have a few little quirks that you have to work through. But once you work through them the first time, like all your stuff will end up outside, and you'll be in like a no clip mode, and you have to kind of pick your stuff up and replace it, just because it completely redoes the interior map and it breaks some things. But so the tent one was kind of cool, but I did like this. It had 3 different versions of the house. So as we have progressed, we've seen that as well. So that one's good. We've used this one a little bit. You saw me use this one down in the quarry. And what this does is it allows you to, for your pickaxe, oops. Oh, hold on, I hit a mod key there. There we go. For our pickaxe, if I hold down, you can charge up and do pickaxe stuff. So for instance, if we wanted to like get the hoe going here, right? Like you have this functionality on the hoe, but then for the pickaxe, you'd have to go through each thing individually. Now we can do a similar thing with the pickaxe. I believe it also works with the axe. I think that's the only 2 that it works with. Let's check that. Yeah, axe settings. And then you can also turn on and off what it affects, right? So if you want to use this, I have it set mostly just for dead crops and debris. That seemed to make the most sense for me. And then again, it gets bigger on, your upgrades and stuff like that. And then the same thing with the pickaxe, right? So it's one of those things I haven't used it a ton, but it's a nice little perk. Excuse me, tickling my throat. All right, so I like that mod. That one, let's see so far. Oh, we didn't talk too much about critter cages. So critter cages allow you to, let's pop over here. Where's our desert trader? If you go to the desert trader, you can purchase these critter cages. The first one is the iridium quality one for 20 iridium bars. These are not cheap, right? So it's designed to be an in-game item, I think. Then you've got radioactive and you've got prismatic. This will give you 2 slots. This will give you 4. This will give you 6. We stopped at the 2 slots. I thought the 2 slots was enough to not get overpowered. So what you can do is you can put 2 trinkets inside of the cage, and then you can slot the trinket cage into your trinket spot. So if you were running a single trinket spot, then you could go 2, 4, 6. We have a mod that's given us a bonus slot. So you can do 4, 8, or 12. So right now what we have in our setup is we have 2 parrot eggs for money, and we have 2 quivers. Honestly, our money is so good right now. I would probably now start running my 2 arrows and my 2 fairy boxes, so that we have healing, offensive healing, right, as our setup. This was good because the parrots were getting us resources, which made our life a little bit easier. If you're running, the parrot egg is one of those that I didn't run a whole lot until I expanded this system. This can be game breaking and a little overpowered if you're not careful. So that's what that one is. Also, it has something called a pack possum. This is something you can get at the adventure shop. I think a couple other places. But basically, it's a little possum that will follow you around, and you can use it as an inventory expansion. So the pass is kind of like a pack mule, right? So you pay 3,000 for the day. The pack possum follows you around, and you can use it as an extension of your inventory. I believe, I've never really used this part of it. I just mostly use the critter cages. I believe with this mod, once you've done the hire for a day, it opens up options to hire for longer periods of time. So for instance, I think it maxes out at like 30 days, and it's cheaper per day to do that. It's more expensive, obviously, but it's cheaper per day. So that's kind of a cool one if you are dealing with, like, I never ran this a lot because I usually run chests anywhere. And so having this extended inventory is kind of nice. Honestly, in hindsight, if I were going to run another version of what we did, a deserted island, removing the fact that we're hiring the possum, I could see running this as the possum becomes your friend and they just follow you around and help you on the island. So that's what that one is. It's kind of a cool little mod. All right, let's see. Where did we leave off? Okay, the cheats menu and the item spawner. We don't use this a ton, but we have had to circumvent some of the game systems. And so for the most part, we don't do things here. But for instance, we did come in here in day 1 and we maxed out all of our relationships, because the backstory was we were maxed out on every single one of our relationships from the previous save. And so we set those all to 10. At the end of the first month, when they couldn't find us anymore, hey, Lux, good to see you. How you doing? 3 new piercings. Holy cow, that's commitment, my friend. So at the end of the first month, we lowered all of the non-datables down to 9, and the datables down to 8. But because 8 is still considered maxed out because we have not bouqueted any of them, they have not been decaying. But our friendship with the others have been decaying ever since. And we basically treated this as the town is slowly forgetting us. We've been missing for almost, or actually coming up on 2 years now. We've been missing, so they don't remember us. So if we look here, we will see that we are down to, so we dropped this first heart at the end of the first month. So we've lost a full heart and 86 points into a second heart in the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons that we've been gone. Actually, 6 seasons. We've been gone. We've lost coming up onto a heart and a half in 6 seasons. So 21. I've got 1. That's all I ever did. I've got an earring. That's about it. Got it when I turned 18, and it was a big deal back then. So anyway, so that's what we use the cheats menu for, just to get around some of the game systems that make our playthrough work. 8's impressive for our generation. That's quite a bit. The item spawner we use on occasion. So for instance, we did spawn our first egg in because we found the artifact for the chicken statue. Well, normally you would turn that into Gunther and get the decoration version. So we can't do that. So we spawned in the chicken statue. We left the chicken statue up for a full month, and then the island spirits gifted us an egg. And so we use the item spawner for things like that as well. All right, convenient inventory, I think we've already talked about. This is the one that basically auto-organizes chests, lets you do... there's the take all but one functionality. I can hit a key and throw everything into chests. All ears? Yeah, I've got, like I said, I've got the one gold hoop earring here in my ear. When I turned 18, that was a big deal. It's not a big deal anymore. But... All right, customize anywhere. I don't think we have used this one. We put it on because I didn't know where things would land. But so far we have... So this pops up these kind of things. Like we can customize our guy here. It does give us access to whatever clothing you would want. It does give you access to dyes, and it does give you access to a sewing machine. We have not used this. I didn't know if we would need to. And so we just haven't used that one. But it's a cool little mod. I like it. All right, data layers I turned on mostly because I do like to have access to a grid. So if you ever see me pop this grid up, that's what it's coming from. But it has tons. Let me move me. I need to move myself. Here we go. So up here in the upper left, you can see it's got just different types of information it will give you. This is really good for like planning things out, right? Here you can see our, the green is showing our scarecrow radiuses and stuff like that. Sprinkler coverage, fertilized. So it's just kind of thing. I use it mostly for this tile grid. But that's why we installed that one. All right, move myself back over there. So that's data layers. Easy Move and Easy Valley. These are, again, a little bit cheaty. They allow you to get access to things that we just wouldn't have access to. So mostly what we use that for is when you see this menu pop up, if I need to get access to a shop for some reason, like, so for instance, if we wanted to build, here we go. Like we use this to get recipes that we remembered and stuff like that, right? We never got that one at some point. So that's what this menu is. It also gives you access to information. This is probably what I use it for the most, right? Getting access to your monster kill board. If we wanted to, you know, we could get access to that, but it wouldn't make any sense because we can't do it. We did use in here. Oh, did we never? Okay. We never got credit for building our coop because we didn't do it through Robin. So basically what we would sometimes, for the quests that would pop up, we would go ahead and just set these as complete. But for the most part, we've ignored our journal because it hasn't had a whole lot in there for us to do. Let me see. Outliers. Up to 3 up each slow. Oh, are those I'm sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. That is commitment, my friend. When you're talking about the ears, is that like the 0305? Is that like the gauging that you're doing, where you're getting the bigger? I've always kind of liked that. I could never do it. I don't think I could get myself to do it, but it's cool looking. Okay, let's see. Customize anywhere, data layers, easy move, easy valley. So those are both mostly there for our convenience. Farm type manager is just a support mod that made the desert island mod work. So there's not a lot there. Okay, Grandpa's tools. Grandpa's tools is a cool one. I don't think I can turn it on and off. Actually, I think we can. Okay. So let's look at this. We're going to open up the item spawner, and we're just going to look at the pickaxe, right? So here we go. So we have the starting pickaxe, right? Then we have a patched version. Then we have a restored version. And then we have a reinforced version, a masterwork version, and a prismatic version. Now I downloaded a patch to reskin the prismatics to make them look like Grandpa's tools. So let's go ahead and go in here to Grandpa's tools. And all these are, if we go to pickaxes, we'll turn this off. And I can't tell if it fixed that one, but let's see what happens in here. There you go. So basically you can see here, it's the same pickaxes, right? You can still see their names, but it changes. So we didn't turn the naming off, but it changes them as opposed to being like normal copper, steel, gold, iridium, and prismatic. It changes them so they look like it's one pickaxe that you've just been repairing, right? So that's what Grandpa's tools is. So if we turn that back on and we go back to the pickaxe, you can see that graphically it looks like a broken one, and then it gets a little better, then it gets a little better, gets a little better, gets better, and then again, prismatic pickaxe is another mod that we added. So now, Lux, do you do any like dermals? Do you get into that side of things, or is everything just a piercing? Because those are, I've got people or friends I know that have done the dermals, and that is crazy. It's a crazy world that you're in. All right, so that's Grandpa's tools. I don't know if I'm gonna keep running Grandpa's tools. Have I been keeping up with this one? I'll probably run. I love running that one. That one's on. I think I'm going to keep better crafting. Better jukebox will stay. Bigger backpack will stay. That one probably won't. That's specific to this playthrough. I'm torn on this one. Don't know. These I normally don't run in a normal playthrough, but they're there just for convenience. I could see picking this one up. I like this one. Even if I run Chests Anywhere again, the idea of being able to just run into an area and throw all your stuff in the chests is actually quicker than Chests Anywhere. Now, Chests Anywhere, if you have it set up so that you can store from anywhere, has its own advantages, but I like convenient inventory. This one, yes or no. Data layers, I'm probably going to continue to run. Easy move, there is a functionality of easy move that I like. Let's see. And that is travel by magic sword, travel by scepter. I think at one point we used to be able to travel on this map. Let's see if we still can. It doesn't appear to be on. Is it on this map, maybe? No, it's definitely not that map. But anyway, one of the things it does do is your scepter, if you right-click on it, you can actually get access to things. Now, I've shut down and turned off most of the items, right? Because we can't get to these locations. But what I have done is, if you look here, we've got the Mastery Cave and the sewer. You know, if we just go to the sewer, it teleports you there. It still works like a magic scepter. And if I want to, and I haven't used this as functionality, and again, we could say that the island spirits gifted us this ability. But if I were going to continue to play this, I might implement what I'm about to do here. Like, we could actually set this as, okay, we're going to stand right here, and I'm going to add this position, right? So now, in my scepter, you know, if I go back home, now I have this farm location. You can't rename these from what I could tell, but now I could teleport to here. And so I could actually make, it's kind of like an advanced island obelisk. So that's not a bad mod if you want to do that kind of movement stuff. Not a functionality I've used a lot of, though. Okay, fishing test expanded we've already looked at. That's been, we've modified these ranges a bit over time, but that has helped us a lot. Generic mod config menu is the menu we're in right now. Grandpa's tools we looked at. Informant is just a data mod, gives you information on things. I felt this one was okay. This is one I probably run on pretty much every playthrough, right? Okay, let's keep going on that though. Let's see. Easy move, easy valley. Situational. Farm type manager only if I need it. Fishing chest expanded. I don't know if I'll run this in future. It fit really well with this playthrough. I don't know that there's a whole lot that I would need for that. Yes, that one's on for everything. Grandpa's tools. I kind of like the copper, steel, gold. It's a little bit of suspension of disbelief, because if you are going to make a pickaxe out of gold, it's going to be stupid soft. So it kind of is, there's a little bit tweak there, but I don't know if I'm going to keep running that. Informant will definitely run. Item extensions is another support mod for other mods, so there's nothing there. Look up anything we use quite a bit. That is, if you ever see me pop into this menu, you know, it's like, it's basically like a mini wiki built into the game, which will allow you to look up stuff. You can also hover your cursor over things and press F1, and it will give you the information about it, right? That's the heavy tapper. Can we get it on the tree itself? Maybe, maybe not. There we go, mystic tree. So that one's definitely one that I will probably continue to run. Love of cooking. We already looked at this one. I'm torn on this one. I like it. I like the interface, so I might continue to use it. There are some good options. Like, you can turn on and off, you know, different things in here. So again, if you want to turn off all the buffs and things like that, I suppose you could. I don't think, let's see, default search filter. Yeah, I don't see any way you can turn off the skill part of it. So it's going to add the cooking skill. But this is a well put together mod. It's one of my, again, I'm most impressed with its presentation. Is very solid. So, all right, let's see. Love of cooking. What else do we have? The luck skill. I might run this one in the future. Right. So it just creates, it adds a skill called luck. By itself, it would work like any other skill. You would just raise it to 10. You would choose one level 5, one level 10. Because we're running it with the Walk of Life mod, we've been able to go through it 4 times like you do any other skill. Now, there are 2 luck skills up on Nexus. One is based off of what's called the Star something or other? Space Core. This is a support mod that allows for skill mods, and the Walk of Life can help or can work with the luck skill that is based off of the Space Core. The Love of Cooking is also based off of the Space Core. So that's what allows the Walk of Life mod to also impact these 2. There's another luck skill that's not based off Space Core, and I don't think it would work. It would work, but you can only go through it 1 time. So that would be something there. So, all right, let's see. Let's take a little break from looking at skills, and let's do some more island chores. All right, those are going. All right, let's go back down to the woods. A little nostalgia. See how things look down here. So all 3 of those are how we're fishing chest. So we got all of our mushroom logs through the fishing chests. All right, so we do have the bottom sets tapped here for pine tar, for resin, and for maple syrup. And then mostly these trees are here, like I said, originally built this as a moss farm because we did not have a reliable way to get moss. And there's moss on, well, there was moss on all these trees. So this moss must die. So we probably should have harvested the moss off all of our trees in the fall, but also this is kind of sitting here, so it could be a extra wood. You know, it's like it's got a lot of purposes that we could use it for. So, all right, let's tribute those things. I think we'll go ahead and make a run to the quarry. Oh, so we added that to our thing, right? So if I teleport now here, I can also remove that spot. So there you can see I can remove that as well. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Yeah, so this one I think is going to be the last run for the Shipwrecked challenge. I mean, I won't delete the save. We could always come back to it, but I don't think we really have a whole lot left to do. Tomorrow, I'm probably going to try to make some kind of decisions. I'm leaning towards some kind of a Joja run again. I think I'm going to go back and do something Joja related. The two things that I'm looking at right now are either doing a not completely, let's be honest. I will give credit to Lydia for coining the term vanilla with sprinkles, right? Like doing a vanilla run. So all the gameplay mechanics are vanilla. But we could actually do some things like if I wanted to put these experience bars on or informant, interface mods, things like that, we would still do those. So I'm thinking about either doing that, which probably that is, if I had to rank the 2 ideas I'm about to give them, that one's in 2nd place right now. The other thing that I'm thinking about doing is all in super Joja run. And what I mean by that is we will go and find every Joja inspired mod and then any mod that feels like it would be Joja like, and absolutely go full everything Joja. And then I'm still torn on the thing I'm about to say next. I don't know if I want to incorporate that with for lack of a better term, a mean playthrough. I don't think I will. I don't think I could get myself to sustain that for a whole playthrough. So it might be just all Joja, because just because you're playing Joja doesn't mean you have to be anti-Pelican Town. And if I do that, I'm actually debating on loading up the farm map called the Legacy farm map, and essentially creating a Joja empire. So that's the two I'm kind of leaning towards. Let's see. Let me go through my list. The others that I've thought about in the past that we haven't done yet, I have a list of series I want to do. Okay, so we've got the superhero one we just did. I've thought about doing a Star Trek one, where the theme of it is you essentially are on an extended away mission, if you follow Star Trek. And as part of your mission, you are integrated into the community to observe to see if they are ready to join the Federation. So you have to keep it a secret that you're an alien, right? So you have access to some advanced technologies, but you can't use those technologies when they are around. I haven't worked out all the details on how that one would work, but that is a concept that we were kind of working on. I thought about doing one based off of just fishing, but I don't know how long that one would last. I thought about doing one where I turn the farm essentially into a cafe. And so I'm partner up with Pierre, we'll say Pierre, Willie, and Gus. And the three of us work together. So my cafe would be more of a, let's say like an Uber Eats thing, right? Like the only way we can make money is by selling cafe items, at least eventually. Obviously, when you first start the game, you can't cook. So we have to play around with that. But we basically set ourselves up as a cafe. I want to do a mod, and this is the one that would probably be the one where I'd be mean. I want to do a negative friendship where we crank the friendship up to max for everybody, and then try to see if we can get it down to 0. How fast we can get it to 0. I've thought about making a zoo. I don't know how much is there. I do have a sabotage run that I want to do, but that's not going to be next. In that one, it would basically be a challenge to the community. Yeah, red shirts for sure, right? Yeah, I like Joja. I like the Joja playthroughs. I really do. I like the story of the community center better, but I do like the gameplay of the Joja runs. So let's see. So yeah, the sabotage idea would be the community would try to stop me for hitting perfection. And so, if you want to, if you're a channel member, you would have certain perks that you could do, but you can in the chat, and it would probably be linked to like super chats or super stickers or something like that. You can actually force me into actions. So for instance, you need to, let's say I just got my first prismatic shard and I'm on my way to give it to Gunther, or I'm on my way to the desert to do things with it. Somebody could in the chat, drop a super chat to be like, you have to delete that shard. And I would have to do it, right? Or let's say I'm heading to the community center with my 5 golden quality crops to fill out a bundle. And somebody could be like, you have to delete those. So that would be the sabotage run. I do want to play some of the expanded content. And that's the other one that I'm debating right now is which ones can I think of? There is Stardew Valley Expanded. There's East Scarp. There's Ridgeside. This is the one called like Sunbury Village. And then there's another one. So I've thought about actually doing one of those as well. So that's all the ones that are on my list. I don't know yet. I'm torn. Joja was good to us. People enjoyed our Joja run. A lot of our growth came through the Joja playthrough. And so there's some nostalgia. Sunbury Village. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. I've got it in a notepad file somewhere. So that's the other, I'd like to get into some of that expanded content. As far as I know, most of them you can run at the same time. I don't know, like from a challenge perspective, there's a part of me that wants to put as many on at the same time as I can, just to see how overwhelming it can be and see if I can deal with it. It's a lot of things to manage, right? But I have debated on doing that as well. That's my list. Right now, I think the leading contenders is either one of the expansion mods that adds new content and new areas, because I think that would be fun. It'd be fun to experience things that aren't in the core game, or the super duper JoJo run. Those are the two we're kind of leaning towards. Okay, let's see. What haven't we done? Thursday. Oh, do we have our final duck? We probably have our final duck. All right, everybody. This is our last duck. We need a duck name. Start throwing them out. What do we have? I'll show you what we have so far. We'll rename that duck. So far in our ducks, we have Daffy, Howard the Duck, Donald Duck, Rubber Duck, Plucky Duck, the Aflac Duck, Duck Norris, Duck Vader, Sir Quackers, Quacker Jack, that's Amelia Eggheart, and then our duck that needs to be renamed. Oh, I can't rename it till tomorrow morning. So you guys have till tomorrow morning to come up with a duck name. That'll give you some time. Oh, duct tape is good. That might be our leading contender so far. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. I like duct tape. Ooh, I feel like we ran out of coffee. Give us more coffee. Any foraging over here? There's definitely a lot of space on this farm. I mean, we have still just big open areas that we're not doing a whole lot with. Oh, we can see this at night. Let's take off our glow rings. There we go. I think this turned out pretty well. We kind of got the little glowy areas. And this also has almost a magical light glow to it, which I kind of like, so those turned out okay. Ooh, we got the speed boost from fighting the bat. And then you got the our little heel fairies are trying to give us some light, even though we turned our own light off. Alright, let's go ahead and do a little cleanup. This tree needs to go. Maple trees? That's weird. Yeah, I'm torn on that one. I think the ones below the path we're going to take out. Take that one out. Ones above the path, I could see having a nice alignment there. So we'll keep that. That one has a coconut in it. And then over here, we're trying to get, like I said, we're trying to get them to spawn into these squares along the cliff face here, so we can get something done there. All right, let's put our rings back on, turn that off. Yeah, I've heard good things about Ridgeside. That one does seem cool. There would be a challenge to it, right? Like going through that much content, or trying to keep track of that much content, would be a challenge in its own right. Just trying to keep your sanity. Like the one thing I have heard from people is how overwhelming the Stardew Valley Expanded can feel, because there's just so much going on. I'm not. Oh, we got a parrot egg from that. That's pretty cool. I'm not overly worried about that. I've played enough games that I think I'll be okay, but I can completely understand where people would have that reaction to it for sure. All right, let's go ahead and get some rest for today. When we come back, right now we've got duct tape as a duck name, so anybody else who wants to throw a duck name in, feel free, or if you like duct tape, that's what we'll go with in the morning. Take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's see, catching up on the chat. Abandoning the notion of trying to hardcore efficiency run. Yeah, and actually, in a weird way, Amy, that's one of the things I think I would look forward to the most. I think it would be hard because I do like to maximize gaming systems. That's part of my core gaming, whatever you want to call it. But I think there would be a lot of fun in just living in the world and knowing that you can't get everything done perfectly. So yeah, that is intriguing to me. Oh yeah, Howard. We have a Howard the Duck. I agree 100%. But we do have Howard in there. My Lord is pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and crab cake up. And again, that's going to take most of our hunger is now gone. Our drink will be gone. We'll go ahead and top that off with a little sashimi. That's a breakfast. Crab cake, sashimi, and triple shot espresso. I don't know what my digestive system in this game would be, but I'm assuming not good. All right, we are 2 days out on our wine, and then we'll rework that system. All right, let's pop up here. Morning ducks. All right, duct tape for now. All right, we have wheat flour done. I like the sound of that, Amy. Yeah, it would be... And that's part of the fun of gaming, right? Sometimes gaming is about presenting yourself with challenges that stretch the way you play. Honestly, I like games that have a lot of game systems involved. So Stardew's been a lot of fun. But before I started playing Stardew, this isn't necessarily the type of game I would play a ton of. But it has... Ooh, look at all of the trees that have grown. Good on them. But it has definitely captured me for sure. Got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're down to 3. So we only got 3 that need to happen. Holy cow, thank you guys so much for the super chat. I can't pronounce that name. Shipwreck Run, have been here since. You'll miss the island spirits. I do like the island spirits. Alright, we need to make one more heavy tapper, though. Thank you so much for the super chat, though. Alright, we need hardwood and a radioactive bar. Easy peasy. There we go. Now we have 3 of those. Good to go there. Let's see, I can even put a heart on that. I haven't played around with the super chats all that much, so. Alright, you know what? Let's do this. Let's see if I can get... Hold on, let's try something here. No guarantee. This is all random about what's going to happen, but I think I'm going to go ahead. We've got Amy, and I can't pronounce that name, have been pretty active, so for the thank you to the $10 super chat, let's go ahead and throw out 5 gifted memberships here. There, Amy picked up one. Who High Gaia got one. Bethany Games got one. Roxanne Snow got one. And Clay Apostles? Is that what that is? I tried to get you one there. I can't pronounce that name. But welcome to the membership program. We'll throw blue chickens. You now have access to all of the fun emojis. Our emoji set currently is a logo, a blue chicken, a gold chicken. What else do we have? We have a prismatic shard. We have an animal cracker. We have Joja Cola. We have a dagger. And we actually have 3 different Junimos that I might replace. We only have so many emoji slots based off of how many members we have. So from that standpoint, I might pull a couple of the Junimos if we want to put something else in. Maybe something related to our next playthrough. We'll see. Might have to bring some of the Joja stuff back. But welcome, welcome, welcome. I'll do 5 more, probably in the next series. We'll reserve 5 more for the next series. But all right, let's see what's on the agenda for today. Not a lot. Do we have coffee? Yeah, coffee was yesterday. Saturday is, or Sunday. Sunday is eggs. We've got some foraging to do, and then we'll start going back through the mods again. Kind of talk through our mod strategies and things like that. But so anyway, getting back to the original conversation we were having, I have some work to do probably tomorrow. I'm going to sit down and I'll go through like, okay, I'm going to leave. Oh, look at that. Bang. That one missed. What we want is we want it to drop a seed right there, right in the middle of this little thing here. So we're going to leave those trees there because I want them to drop more seeds. I don't know if it matters, so I'm going to pull that one out because it's not going to... It might interfere with it. I think we'll take some of these trees out. And so anyway, what was I talking about? So yeah, tomorrow I'm going to kind of go through, see what I can find as far as Joja mods, see if that's the route we're going to go, make some decisions. Tomorrow's stream will be back on Stardew. We're going to fire Stardew back up, and we are still going after the level 10,000 in Skull Cavern. I'm excited for that stream tomorrow because one of the things that is happening with that one is let me move this stuff. There we go. It's Desert Fest, which means we can food buff our luck up. We'll get the food cart at the Desert Fest that does not interfere with your other food buff. So you can stack that on top. And I'm really curious. I'm hoping we can get in a single week playthrough, somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 levels. That's what I'm shooting for in tomorrow's. So that's tomorrow's stream. And then Sunday, if I get everything put together, I'm hoping Sunday will be the start of the new series. Okay, let's check in on these trees. So that one's good, that one's not. That one's good, that one's not. That one's good, and that one's not. Which way do we want it? Well, that one's... Do we want to... Yeah, I think blocking this isn't good. So actually, this one we want to let grow. So let's go ahead and take this one out. So now the tree won't block the entrance, much like this one. So this tree is useless. Take it out. We need a seed to drop here. That one's useless. We'll clean some of this stuff out. Those aren't going to help us any. That won't grow, so we'll take that out. That won't grow. Okay, so this side is done. Once that one matures, that one's going to be done. We still need a seed to drop there. We really need a seed to drop behind this one, and then we'll clear that one out. I like the 3 on that side. That actually works. We're working on the same thing over here. We need a seed to drop here. And then we've got our 2 on this side. So that's 1 seed away from being done as well. 3. Actually, we probably want 1 here and here. So we'll leave this tree because again, we have to wait for them to drop. That one looks good-ish. Yeah, because we need 1 here. I like that setup. The 2 spaces there. That one doesn't do us any good. 2 spaces there. So now we need 1 here, here, here. Let's see. That one's good. So here, there, there, and there. So this is a long ways off. But we're just waiting for things to drop. So. They do kind of look like candies. Yeah, for sure. So actually, this is a good spot. We haven't done it yet. Let's go ahead and thank our current channel members. Obviously, you have 5 new members. You're not on this list yet. I have to go and update the graphic, but Nancy Invictus, thanks for being Gold Crew. Adara, Lydia, Wally, Zach, thanks for being Steel. Debbie, Dread, Jojo, Lux, and Professor H, thank you for being Copper. Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Invictus, thank you for gifted memberships. These are our current gifted memberships, plus the 5 that we just added today. So thank you guys all for being part of the membership program. If you're interested in being a part of the membership program, you can click that button. I think it still says membership, although there's an update coming to YouTube at some point that I think they're renaming membership to subscription plus or something like that. I don't know. I'll have to dig into it a little bit deeper. But we do have different levels, and you get different colored icons next to your name based on how long you've been a member. So you can see that some of our regulars, Lydia has one, Nancy has one, I think Lux has one, have that cyan colored membership icon. That's just because they've been a member for a number of months. So that's how that system works. You start off gray, and then you work your way into blue and cyan green. And some of those ones at the end, I don't have control over this. This is just how YouTube does it, are like years of membership. So if you guys ever get to those, it would be freaking awesome. But thank you guys so much for being members. It makes a huge difference. Absolutely enjoy the icons. You have membership. Free membership lasts for 30 days. It's good for a month. So you can play around with the icons and have some fun. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go back to a little bit of more mod review here. I think we can finish this up today. We left off on luck skill. All right, perfect trinkets. Perfect trinkets is an interesting one in that if you want to take some of the randomness out of trinkets, this one I don't. I like it. I don't know if I want to keep running. It'll depend on the playthrough. For a Joja run, I think this makes sense. It's like we have secret technology to do things. But what this allows you to do is you can select what enhancement you want to get. And also if you re-roll a trinket, it will be the best version of that trinket. So you don't have to burn through randomness. Now, we have tons of resources, so this one just saves some time. But that's what that one does. Prismatic tools. Prismatic tools is pretty powerful. Basically it's a set of tools above your iridium quality. They cost 100,000. You have to have prismatic bars, which you make out of prismatic shards. It's not, it's not just instantly you get this. This is definitely an end game thing. But what it does is it does give your tools the amount of power that pretty much everything is a one-hit shot, especially for the pickaxe and the axe. So it adds quite a bit of power there. Seed overhaul. This is one that we ran because we can't buy seeds. This changed the seed, mixed seeds. I think, oh, Lydia, I need Lydia on this one. Isn't mixed seeds, don't they give you forageables in vanilla? Mixed seeds, if you plant them. Mixed seeds, random seed type cable, specific set of crops. List of seeds. Oh no, okay, I think what it does is it takes, by default you get cauliflower, parsnips, and potatoes in the spring. And then what this does is it adds pretty much all of the crops to it. So that's how we got a lot of our seeds. So that's what this one does. It creates the ability to get more seeds out of our mixed seeds, because everything we've grown on the crop, we've either found in a fishing chest, found the crop and had to use a seed maker to do it, or we got through mixed seeds, because we weren't able to buy. Actually, the first 15 parsnip seeds we got for free. So that's what that one seed overhaul is. Skull Canyon elevator. This changes a lot. I like this one. The grindiness of having to start back at 0 every time has advantages and disadvantages to gameplay. It can slow down the speed at which you get iridium ore. But it doesn't necessarily, I guess your level 100, 200, and 300 rewards you can get more often. So it slows things down a little bit if you don't run this, but I like the general concept of that one. Okay, Space Core. This is just a support mod. It doesn't do anything by itself. Survivalistic. This is the hunger and food mod. I've liked this one at the beginning. I think to make it relevant now, we would have to crank these up to ridiculous numbers. It would be unrealistic. So I think it was good. It really fit well with the playthrough when we first started. Now it's something I pretty much ignore. I really don't pay a whole lot of attention to it because we eat and drink enough things that it's almost always capped out. It does give you some buffs though. If you keep your food and thirst up towards the top, it does give you like some buffs, right? Here, let's go ahead and we'll get these cranked up here. They both should be at 100. There we go. All right, we'll see if those buffs pop in here in a little bit. Okay, to-do we've already talked about. That's just the to-do list. But again, there's one called Deluxe Journal that I want to check out and see how much of this functionality is in that one. This is another support mod, is what makes some of the trinket stuff work. UI Info Suite, this one's a pretty common one for, you know, a lot of these icons and information stuff that's popping up come out of that. Visible Fish. Visible Fish is kind of cool. It puts a little, it's just visual. It doesn't do anything, right? What's cool about this one is you can scale it towards the look that you like and performance. So let's crank the fish density up. And we might have to go inside and outside to get that to respawn. Let's try that. Or we might just not have enough fish selected. Yeah, there's definitely more fish there now. Alright, so now let's get crazy. And I don't know if I'd want to run it, what we're about to do, but let's just... There we go. Now we've got fish. Look at that. Actually, it's not so bad. Your island is definitely teeming with fish in that view, so... but again, that's just a visual mod. It doesn't do anything. So if we put these back to default, so by default it was only 500. We're gonna have to probably go inside again. Get the fish, or get the mod to respawn the fish for us. Let's do that. There we go. So definitely far more sparse, you know, on the default fish there. So I changed that to, I think I cranked it up to 4,000. 4,000 to me felt like a relatively good density. So, you know, maybe a little dense, but it works. All right, so that's that one. I like it. I might keep running that one. We'll come back to Walk of Life. Wear more rings. This one is what gives you that second trinket slot. You can turn that on and off, and you can wear up to 20 rings. We've kept that at 10. That seemed reasonable. Now I'm not running... Yeah, I don't have it on right now. There's another one called Combine Mini Rings, where you can take, if you don't want to run the crazy amount of rings, you can take and combine, like, you could put 10 glowstone rings together if you wanted to, and then you can just wear it as one ring. I've thought about running the combo of these to where I think above 10 is a little bit weird, because then you're wearing more than one ring on each finger. If you convert your mentality of these aren't rings, they're just kind of things that you have on your body that give you bonuses, it's okay. This is borderline, I don't want to call it game breaking. It does change how things happen though, because you have to make less choices. So for instance, we are running our 2 Iridium bands, which we would normally run to start off with. I happened to find a lucky ring, so we're running that. We've got some defense. We've got this speed boost ring. If I didn't have the ring slots, I definitely wouldn't use that one. I probably wouldn't be using those. I might use that one. I usually don't run that one. I might run that one in some. I probably wouldn't run that one. What I enjoy about this mod is there's so much functionality in some of these rings that you just never really get to use, because you sacrifice that functionality for something that's better, if that makes sense. And so from that standpoint, I've enjoyed this. Now you can crank this up. Like I said, it will go up to 20. I wish the interface was cleaner, right? Like, this interface is pretty messy. If you want to keep the interface clean, let's go ahead and pull off. Let's move that up there. There we go. I have found 6 rings. Works pretty well. If you knock this down to 6. That interface isn't too bad. because it moves your trinket slot or the 2 slots over, stacks them up pretty nicely here, and doesn't interfere with this too bad, especially if your funds are a little bit lower. Doesn't cover up your name and things like that. But by doing that, you actually lower the functionality that you would have. Now, again, what you could do would be, if you wanted this cleaner interface, you run this with combined mini rings. And so instead of having 2 iridium bands, I would just have an iridium band slot and stack them up with a combined, right? I might make a defensive slot. I might make a luck slot. So the luck slot would have my lucky ring combined with my burglar ring combined with my whatever, right? I could put all my immunity bands in one, or just make a defensive slot with immunity and defense. And so you could get all of your rings into 6 slots and clean up this interface a little bit. For the most part, the interface doesn't bother me that much. So I just run with the... Now, we did cap ourselves at 10 on this playthrough. In our superhero playthrough, we did run all 20. It made us pretty powerful, actually. But what I've enjoyed about this is it does create the situation where you're using items that you wouldn't probably use a lot otherwise. And that's been kind of fun, so... let's see. Wear more hats. That would be cool. I think I have seen a mod, like you can use mannequins to swap your outfits. I'm trying to think. I thought I saw a mod one time that would allow you to pre-bake in outfits and you could just swap them. But I might be mistaken there. I can't remember for sure. All right, that gets us to our last one here. The Walk of Life mod. This has been the core of probably this playthrough. I didn't think it would be. I thought the survivalistic would be probably the biggest factor. The map obviously is a big factor. Walk of Life is a complete rework of the skill system. There is a lot of stuff in here. Most of the stuff we've just left at default. There's a whole setting for skills in here. There we go. And there is a whole setting for mastery in here. Prestige professions. But it gives you the ability to also update some of this stuff, right? Like if you look here, like that 5,000, if you wanted to crank this up, I guess you can go up to 10,000. You could make that grind a lot more. You could make the costs of things go up, right? There's a lot going on here, but essentially what this is, and I'm going to go ahead and pull up the mod page on this one, because I do think it's a big enough deal in our playthrough here. All right, so this is it. It's called Walk of Life. Basically, it uses the 5 core vanilla professions, but it reworks a lot of this stuff. It also is what made our hoppers work in the way they work. But you can break this down into some general categories. First off, there are the professions, and you work your way through the professions like you always would, right? So if we come in here, you know, you gain level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You select your level 5, you select your level 10. That works the same. Now, the level 5 and level 10 professions might be slightly different. They do have different ones of those in there. At this point, if you want to just move on to the Mastery Cave, you get all 5 professions up to complete. You can go to the Mastery Cave. You can do that. But you'll notice these little icons over here. If you want to, you can go to the shrine. So the shrine in the sewer. And while this won't be here for me, basically you could click on this and say, instead of I want to change, like by default, this is I want to change my level 5 and my level 10 professions. You could do that in vanilla. In here, what this will do is it will say, I want to reset farming, right? And so what that does is it takes your level 10 farming and moves you all the way back to level 0, but you can keep your professions. I can't remember if that is a toggleable thing or not. Let's see. Forages, skill settings. Let's see if it's in here. Enable skill reset. So you can turn that on and off if you want to have it. Is there a cost multiplier? Set to do to reset for free. We kept that up. So first reset is 10,000. Second reset is 50,000. The third reset is 100,000. Forget recipes on skill reset. I left that off. Allow multiple resets per day. This causes the game to freeze overnight for some people, so I left that off. This one allows it so that the second time through, you get a boost of 25%. The third time through, you get another boost. The fourth time through, you get another boost. So it gets easier and easier to master. But again, these are all configurable things that you want. Experience multipliers, things like that. I don't see... Now it does, let's see if there's anything in here. That's what we were just looking at. Gain factor. Yeah, this is all limit break stuff, I think. That's a combat thing. And then prestige professions. You can turn this on and off as well. This is the thing that takes you from level 10 to level 20. So what's interesting is when you do reset, you do lose... like these bonuses, the plus 10 that you get. So like for fishing, every time we reset back to 0, our fishing bar would shrink back down to the original one. Now with those multipliers, we could get up the levels pretty quick. But what's cool about this is the second time through, let's say you've already picked Rancher and Producer, right? The second time through, you can pick Rancher again, or you could pick Harvester, and then you could pick a second level 10. The third time through, you pick a level 5 and your third level 10. The fourth time through, you pick a level 5 and your fourth level 10. And so we did that. We went through all of those. Then we went to Mastery. Then we went to the Prestige Professions. So if we pop back over to the mod, again, they reworked some of these. Then this Mastery is your level 15. And then after that, your other Mastery is your level 20. And some of these perks were pretty crazy. So that's the skills section. Then you've got the prestige professions, which give you, again, 2 more to select. Now, those you can't do all of. Those you have to you have to pick, but you can change it, right? So, for instance, like on one of my favorite ones, this pyrotechnician for mining. If I wanted to change that, we can go back to the shrine here. We can reset our level 15 and our level 20 and pick a new one. So that is something that you can do. Limit breaks we didn't do a lot with, but there are 4 like things that you kind of fill up a super bar, and you can use these in combat. I haven't done them a lot. And then other changes, right? It changes the way some of the production works. It changes Heavy Tapper from a time change to an output change. I like these changes. Actually, these changes have worked pretty well. This is where it talks about is compatible with anything that's using the Space Core skill set. So here it talks about the 2 different luck skills and things along those lines, but they don't have the prestige stuff built in yet. So that's why those aren't doing that. It works okay with Automate. Seems to work okay with expansions and things like that. Obviously, it talks about down here, if you're using other profession overhauls and stuff, it might not work with those. But this has been the core. So it's called Walk of Life. This has been a big part of what this playthrough has been about, is getting through all of those professions and such. All right. Let's do a little maintenance work here. Get our tribute in. We did collect the crab pots. Didn't know if we are going to do that. All right, well, speaking of some combat, we haven't done combat in this stream yet, so let's go ahead and head over to the Skull Cavern. So, we are running the elevator. And we're down below 1,500, I think, on this playthrough. We've done okay. What are we at? 1520, and it's a treasure floor. What a start. Oh, you know what? We need to open up... Okay, first thing we want to do is we're going to equip our napalm ring. One of my favorite rings. The napalm ring will trigger the pyrotechnician. So you can trigger that with bombs. Like if I manually set a bomb, like we do in the quarry, it'll trigger it. But we can also trigger it with the napalm ring. That alone is going to be hard to give up if I go to not using Walk of Life. Let's move that over there. There we go. I also see we crossed 10 likes probably a while ago. So I owe you guys a chicken rave. And now that we have some new members, we can get lots of icons. Emojis flying. Alright, we'll make sure we go home in time to rave. Rave before Friday ends. Alright, so at this point, I think I've hit on all the mods. If there's any of those you have or want more detail on, let me know. Happy to talk about any of them and my experiences with them. So for instance, we are running the slime charmer ring, which makes slime 0 threat. In past playthroughs, only time I ever used my slime charmer ring is I just kept it in a chest outside of my slime hutch. And I would just put it on when I had to go deal with slimes. That's about the only time we ever used it. When we would enter the slime hutch. So here you can see the little meter here. That's our limit break. That gives us, when we fill that up, it gives us some perks that we can do. Only one skeleton, or mummy, not a skeleton. Oh, we're gonna clear most of this level with all of these guys floating about. There, we got most of it. Come on, serpent. Five levels. Oh, we got slime cake. Give us that pink cake. So, that daisy chaining of explosions on the bats always cracks me up. Because what happens is the bat takes damage, which I think triggers some kind of explosion. But it knocks the bat backwards, and in getting knocked back, then it gets hit again, and it just keeps rolling like that. I think that's just hilarious to me. It doesn't do a ton of damage. It does a little bit, but I can't remember. I don't think we got. Yeah, we didn't. There, it did it again. So that one cracks me up. Wink. The arrows can be... There you go. There you saw kind of the daisy chain there. The arrows can be a little bit of a pain sometimes. Sometimes I take those off just so that the creature can get to me quicker. Well, I guess there's worse things than to get stuck behind a mine shaft. Because I find it quicker just to fight him with my sword. So that's something we never got to. So because we never had access to the dangerous mines, nor did we have access to the island, we never got any galaxy souls. So we're still running on our original galaxy sword. We don't have the infinity blade. Hey, Cajun, how you doing? Oh, no worries, no worries. Enjoy your, I guess, dinner. There's a slime. So I've noticed that now, I did this with Napalm Ring before as well, but I catch myself trying to push the creatures, the monsters, into an area with a higher concentration of ore so that we can you can see they took damage on each of those shots. It's just single digits to 10. So it's doing some damage, I think, but they don't really seem to die that much faster. But anyway, we push them into higher concentrations of ore so we get those chain reactions to pop, which is kind of awesome. If I had to pick my favorite thing of this entire playthrough, that might be it. This pyrotechnician skill is just a riot. It's OP. Let's be honest, it's a bit OP. But again, it's also something that's in-game. So, like, if you had this at the beginning of the game, it'd make most of this combat pointless. But oh, see, now this map we might... I don't think there's any creatures on this map. So let's just place ourselves a bomb here. So one bomb basically cleared it because the density of the... Oh, there was one creature. We might have been able to clear most of the map just by killing that one bat. Let's see if we can get him over here. Come on. Come over. Come over. Okay, this will be a good test. 1, 2. Back. Oh, no. Come back down here. Ah, it didn't work. I'm trying to figure out. I think it jumps 2 or 3. Let's see if we can find a spot here. That's too... Let's see if we can find a spot to do a test here. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3. So if we put a bomb... Let's put this up here. Here. Oops, I activated my limit breaker. That's okay. Will it jump to these? Okay, it did jump to those. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That's 4. Let's put a bomb here. See if it'll jump 2, 3, 4. Okay, it won't jump 4. Let's see if we can find a... We'll see if we can find another place to test it. Let's see if we can get 3, or we'll create ourselves a section to see if we can get to jump 3. Alright, this map I think we're just going to clear. Too many enemies on it. And it looks like we have a full inventory. What are we sitting on that we can get rid of? Wow, I would keep most of this stuff. That's crazy. We're carrying all of our tools, which is probably not that good of an idea. Okay, let's see. That would eventually go. That we have a second stack of ore going on there. Get rid of the topaz. Keep our clay. Could get rid of the quartz. Could get rid of the stone. Alright, we'll keep that. We're almost done. We're just trying to find ourselves a test map here to test an explosion. Hey, look, another seed maker. I told you we get lots of those. Oh, here, they're poison now, which has kind of a poisoning effect. Okay. Well, if we don't blow up everything here. $11 levels. Okay, there's a spot of 3. So let's go ahead and take that one out. Let's clear all this out. So that's 3 tiles there. We will set the bomb up here. So it should chain to that one, chain to that one, chain to that one. And we'll see if it jumps to that gold ore. Okay, so it doesn't look like it can jump 3. So as long as something's within 2 tiles of the explosion, it'll chain. Actually, I think that was 2 tiles, but anyway, that gives you a rough idea. Okay, what are we at for 1578? Ooh, we're about almost out of time. Alright, let's get home. We'll sort our inventory in the morning, which is an absolute mess. But we didn't pass out in the mines. That's what's important. Alright, we'll take a quick break. We'll sort our inventory, and I think we're going to have a ritualistic opening of mystery boxes, golden mystery boxes, and treasure troves, because we are sitting on a lot, and that'll be kind of our looting of the day. So let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. So let's take a look at, again, one of my favorite things about that convenient inventory mod is of what we're about to do here. So let's go ahead and, oops, I misclicked there. Eat our crab cakes, drink our espresso. We were going outside anyway. Just seems silly to teleport. Alright, Just throw that on the ground. It's fine. Okay, so we see our inventory is absolutely packed here. I can come right down here, I hit one button, and you're going to see stuff fly all over the place, right? So the things that it can't do, well, right now outside I don't have any of this ore. That's all inside. These items are don't stack, so they won't work. There's no that. Omni Geos would be inside as well. Now if I come in here, hit it again, there goes all my ore. That's gone. And if I had any Omni Geos processing, they would have popped in there. But since we don't, they don't. Same thing here. We can just drop our gold off. We'll pop outside, drop those off, and now we've dealt with most of our inventory. Now the non-stackables, like even though we do have curiosity lures in here, they don't stack, and so you just have to manually put those in. I'm gonna grab a big chest and convert that over, so now we have some extra room there. Same thing on this chest, right? I've got chests in here, so it will stack up. So I love that mod. It's a really good mod. Okay, I think we have them. Where do we have them? This is where Chests Anywhere is actually kind of nice. All right. We have 55 artifact troves, 238 mystery boxes, 195 golden mystery boxes. We can do... You can't really sell these for tribute, so they don't do much. Yeah, it's nice. It's once you have stuff. Now, you know, keep in mind, it will not... So, for instance, here, if I pull these golden mystery boxes out, if I hit that button, nothing has happened. Right, there has to be at least, let's just put one in. At least one in there. And then once there's one in there, then it will stack. If you have, let's just pull out, let's say I put, you know, half of them in there. It'll stack to the nearest one. So it's going to throw into that one and not that one. So there are some things that you'll run into, but I do like it. So that one's a cool mod. I do like that. Okay. Let's grab these. I think we'll go ahead and ditch. Actually, let's ditch everything here. Now, I think there are some mods that you can get to allow you to open up these artifacts in your geo crushers and stuff like that. We don't have those. So this is where we call this a hallucination or a memory. We're going to do the thing, and we're going to remember all the good old days when Clint used to open this stuff up for us. Yeah, that's a good place. Cajun Cooper, you know, talks about taking the golden mystery boxes and trading them into hard rock candy, or yeah, magic rock candy. It's probably a good use of those, because eventually what we're going to see here is the reason I want to open all these is we're going to find out of all of these, we're probably going to just get rid of most all of this stuff. Now, artifact troves are nice if you are short an artifact or two. It can sometimes be a good way to pick up a thing that you're missing. Oh, I don't think we ever got that one. Okay, we might read one of those. That's kind of cool. Oh yeah, magic rock candy is a huge... in our Saturday run, we've done a couple of dives with magic rock candy, and it takes 2 to get through the full day, but the amount of, I think we got 400 floors in. Yeah, the amount of loot that you find and all that kind of stuff is dramatic for sure. Now, for us, this is interesting because we don't have access to Gunther. So far, I don't think you can do anything with this. The pearl in the treasure chest we could put in a fish tank. The rest of this stuff has little to no value. We can't even use these because since I've never turned one in, I can't actually make the seeds out of it. There's a second treasure chest. So far, maybe one useful item, 2 decoration items. Everything else is pretty much just going to get tributed to the island spirits. But the island spirits deserve it. Yeah, I believe so. You can convert these over to golden mystery boxes and then convert the golden mystery boxes over to... You can also, if you're looking for magic rock candy, 3 prismatic shards every Thursday on the Desert Trader will get you a 1 magic rock candy. You can only get 1, but... Alright, so most of this stuff we are going to tribute to our friends, the island spirits. We'll keep one of those. Alright, we'll keep that, keep that, keep that. I can't believe we've never gotten one of those. That's pretty funny. All right. Number 2. Now the question here will be, can we go through 230 of these and not completely fill up our inventory? We shall see. All right, so we're getting a variety of things. Some foods, some fertilizers, some seeds. Now, early on, finding those mixed seeds were amazing for us. We needed a ton of those. Triple shot espresso, bombs. Also, geode crushing was pretty important to us early on. Because we needed the coal. Alright, so now it's going to be a thing of like, how many new things do we get, and how many stackables do we get, to see if it's going to fill up our inventory or not. All right. Oh, yay, more. All right, we've almost filled up. All right, we're going to leave those for now. We'll grab them again. All right, we filled up half of our inventory. Or through a little over 100. Oh, no. No, didn't we always start at 236? Yeah, we'll see. Powder melon. Actually, we can plant powder melon. Maybe we will plant this. We might get an outside garden after all out of this. Alright, stackables, we're getting a lot more things now that are duplicating, because we haven't added, since the powder melons, we haven't added anything new here in a little while. That's new. Some new food. New food. Maybe new food? Yeah. Food might be the one thing, I would guess 3/4 of our inventory might get filled up with food. And since they're all different meals... Some seeds. That's useful. Would have been useful, especially early on. But... Alright, I'm definitely going to have to go find myself a mod that would allow this to be automated into a geocrusher, maybe. That would be useful. But it's giving you hopefully an idea of just what kind of loot you can get. Like, that's some significant... What do we have here? Some of the fertilizers. The warp totems is pretty useful early on. If you're getting these. The bombs. The coffee. Some seeds. Are those... we can't really look at them in this view. Those radishes or beets? Maybe. Oh, a ring. What do we get? I think that's just one of the aquamarine. Probably not one we're going to incorporate. The bomb supply has been pretty good. Wallpaper. We're at 21 warp totems. That's actually pretty good. Decent amount of hardwood. That Book of Stars is valuable early on. Giving you XP towards all of your skills. That's a good one. More seeds. Yeah, we're getting a lot of radish seeds. Don't know why. We already have that hat. So I think it's all going to depend on how many food items we get from here on out, because we're not getting a whole lot of new items. So food items, potentially future rings, and maybe if we get any other, like non-stackables, like the wallpaper and the hat that we got there are non-stackable. So they would take up another inventory slot. That'll be a new slot. 110 quality fertilizer. That'll take up a new slot. Down to 5. I have a feeling we're going to have to store stuff before we get through all these. There's another aquamarine ring. So while we got 2 of those, they don't stack. So. There we go. Gained ourselves Book of Mysteries. Those are both really good if you're trying to raise your skills. Got a full set of mystery items. Look at all that. That won't stack. I think we can get one more non-stackable. And then it's not going to let us do this anymore. Alright, we've gotten through 120-ish. Including the ones that we've recovered. Yeah, we're not finding non-duplicates very much here. Glowstone ring. Okay, so now our inventory's full. Not a bad run. Lots of food, some seeds that are useful. Experience in all skills. Small amount of experience in all areas. Those are strong books. Pretty good on our our fertilizer front. Let's see, seeds wise, I think we did okay. Lots of food. Food, food, food. Food. Leave that there. That's food. Food, 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 food. 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 Yeah, quite a bit of food. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're just going to go ahead and store any of that has a storage spot. And then back to it. So a lot of our stackables we're now going to get new versions of. Artichoke is new though. Like that would have stacked. We had a lucky lunch. Corn we had before. That would not stack. Or still doesn't stack. That would have stacked. That would have stacked. That will still stack. I think we had a chowder. We definitely had a mega bomb. That would have stacked. That's still stacking. New ring. Should get through all these. I know, right? It's definitely grindy. And again, ideally, you're probably not going to wait till you have 200 of these stacked up. And I'm with Cajun. Like, if I was playing this as a normal playthrough, I would convert these all into probably golden mystery boxes. Convert those into other things. I wouldn't be opening them. I'm just kind of curious of, like, how much of this is useful stuff. Like the bombs, the warp totems, the fertilizer. It's been, for an early playthrough, this would all be relatively useful stuff. For a late game playthrough, I'm trying to think. We got one book that came out of the treasure trove, I think. Yeah, I think most of the stuff is just going to go into storage. None of it's bad. Yeah, the raccoon move is for late game. That's a really good idea, for sure. We're almost through the blue ones, and we have a whole stack of golds to get through. I'll be interested to see how much better the loot is from the golds compared to what we've gotten here. Another book of stars. Gotten quite a few rings. Early on, those rings would be nice to have as well. Again, late game, I'm not going to use any of them, but... Hash browns. I think we're going to fill our inventory again here. Now, we didn't completely clear it out. We just cleared out the stuff that's stacked nice and easy. So we'll see. Oh, yeah, your screenshot was really cool. All right, we're full again. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's see, that. The lobby stuff we'll take inside later. Let's go ahead and dump food. Let's see. Food. Fishing lure. All of our extra rings. honestly, I think we'll go ahead and get rid of those. We don't need them anymore. Alright. Let's go ahead and get some sales going here. Let's see, what's that worth? 5 grand for those. 3,000 for those. Those aren't worth a lot. Alright. We'll just leave those in the hopper. Alright, back to work. If you want to call it work. Here we go again. Yeah, I like the way you've got the one room where it's got the wood trim across the bottom that you can't move. It actually looked pretty good to have just the, what was it, just like the tree tops on those. Your back room with all the kegs takes up a lot of space. Such is life. Automate makes that so much easier, though. Bing, bidding. Bing, bidding. For those of you that might be listening, we do have a Discord. We are slightly active up there. But yeah, we do have places to post farm screenshots and things like that. So if you want to join and share some of your farms, we'd love to see them. Like to celebrate the accomplishments of our community. All right. Oh, there we got our first. Actually, that would early on, before you got the insect head, I guess. -4 speed, plus defense. I have to look at the stats on that. Yeah, the luau table's nice. That's what we ended up putting in our kitchen. I like your staggering of your chairs as well. All right. Let's look at that sword. -2 speed, +1 defense, +2 weight. It's a decent sword. All right, storage done. Oh, what did we get there? Oh, wheat seeds. All right, those will go up into. That's useful, given what we're trying to do. The rest of this stuff we're probably mostly just gonna sell. Store those and sell that and sell that. All right, on to the good stuff. So obviously we've got a few things stacked up here. We'll try to somewhat keep track of what that gives us. All right, so 1 instead of 3 there. Maybe 1 instead of 3 there. Well, that is a huge get right there. An auto petter. Okay, hat we got in the other ones. Okay, auto petter's a huge get. Same sword we already got. Okay, so instead of 1 on the food, we're getting 2. That's a pretty good one there. I don't have, especially locked on the island, I can't buy trees. So that's a big one there. 20 speed grow instead of 10. Again, it looks like everything's doubled. So if it came out of an original box, it's doubling up, it looks like, on a lot of these things. Same on seeds. 20 instead of 10. Another sword. Second auto petter. Holy cow. Let's see. Yeah, I want to try out the Four Corners farm. I like it as a concept. Holy cow, 3 auto petters. That is... If you're doing a lot of animals and haven't gotten deep into Skull Cavern, that's huge. 3 auto-petters is monstrous. Especially if you're not doing a Joja run and you can't buy them. They're a loot-only item. Right, it really wants us to have that sword. I think the bomb number is the same. It doesn't appear to have changed. We haven't gotten any pearls, treasure chests, or golden pumpkins yet. Trees are good, though. I think we got our first one. We were... It was like 3 or 4 in. We got our first one really early. Now, that's a completely random in luck. But yeah, we picked that first one up really quick. Now, we have tons of auto-petters because we've spent a lot of time in Skull Cavern. So I think we have 5 in our buildings. I think we have 6 in storage. So sometimes I put them out just to flex. All right, the trees. Like, I kind of wish I would have opened some of these earlier because we could have probably used the trees earlier on. More powder melon. That's good. I think we'll do a powder melon planting today. It's only 8:30. That's the one thing about doing stuff in your menu system like this. It's not costing us any time. Now we're doing okay on our stacking here. Yeah, the auto-petter is great. The problem is... Okay, so here's the question you have to ask. Is it worth using up your golden boxes to try to get the auto-petter? Or would you be better off converting it to rock candy to get yourself more treasure rooms to give yourself more chances to get the auto-petter through the treasure room? I don't have an answer for that question, but I can say that think about the time it took me to get all these boxes. The number of auto-petters I've gotten here is probably less than what I got in Skull Cavern. Because like I said, I think we've gotten 11 in Skull Cavern in this playthrough. Hey, a cracker! Yeah, so it's like, you know, now again, it's one of those that if you opened up 10 gold boxes and got 10 auto-petters, that theoretically could happen. The fact that I got 1 in 3 is just dumb luck. Like, we're going to open up, what were we at, 196? We're 100 in right now. And we've gotten 3 auto-petters so far. So if you kind of extrapolate that out, how many, is it 10 boxes for a magic rock candy? I can't remember how many it is. I have to open up normal boxes here in a minute. Oh, nice. The powder keg mod sounds pretty funny. Or there needs to be one. Oh, okay. Yeah, so it depends on what the conversion rate is, right? You know, if you're going to blow through 100 of these boxes, and let's say you get the 3 that I got, I think 10 is my memory, but that might be wrong. All right, well, so there went my 10 or my 3 auto-petters, but then you have to ask yourself 20. Okay, so is 5 magic rock candies, how many Skull Cavern runs could you get in? And would the 5 candies that you use get you up to 3 auto petters. That'd be close. I don't know if that's what you're truly going after. That's hard to say. But you figure 1 magic rock candy will get you through about a half of a day in a skull cavern run. So if you're using 2 a day, and let's say you have 5, would 2.5 full days in the skull cavern get you 3 auto petters? It could, depending on what your luck buffs were stacked at as well. I don't know. It's right on that. I don't think there's an obvious one is better than the other, because the RNG is going to be the determining factor, which means you can't say definitively by the math this one would be better than the other. You could take those 100 boxes and get 0, breaking them like this, or you could convert those to 5 magic rock candies and get 0 from that. Both of those are possibilities as well. And so, yeah, I don't know if there's an answer. Now, another answer would be, this is far less work than doing 2 to 3 skull cavern runs. But also on a skull cavern run, you're getting a whole lot of other loot and other items and things like that. So in the long run, you're buying the candy is probably still, I would call that probably the dominant strategy if I were going to pick one. All right, let's dump some of this stuff off. That seems to be the one that would get you the biggest bang for your buck. Because again, if you're going beyond just the auto petters, obviously, you know, you get a lot of other stuff in as well. Now, that's the same thing can be said here, though. Like, if you're trying for trees, like our tree run here has been very good. Pomegranates, apricots, cherries, apples. Yeah, that's really good. Weapons, they're kind of meh. Let's go ahead and throw our ring in here. Honestly, we should probably just sell those rings, but again, for us, wheat seeds have been good. That's a good thing that we've picked up. Tackle, it's okay. It's nice to have, but books, if you don't have the books would be good. We have all of those. All right, let's sell all those off. Gold animal crackers have been nice, but you can also get those, I believe, in Skull Cavern as well. So, yeah, I can't definitively say going one way or another is a absolutely no question about it. Do it this way. That is also a fact, right? Like, I picked up those 3 auto petters and didn't need them, which is pretty funny. Now, it also depends on how crazy you're going. You know, on our Joja farm, we had 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 buildings. So 18 auto petters does take a while to get. Although with that one, we could just buy them. With the Joja playthrough, you can buy the auto petter. You don't have to wait for the RNG, which is kind of nice. Well, there you go. See? You can just get a magic rock candy. So we've got 1 magic rock candy out of 100 and... Let's see, we're at like 196, I think. So we're about 180 openings here. We got 1 candy out of it. So I wouldn't count on that for sure. Yeah, if you're sitting on, like I said, if you're sitting on as many of these as I have, you've probably got all the stuff that you need. Got another tree. I don't think we've ever opened... I think this is the entire playthrough's worth of golden boxes. I don't think we ever opened these up until this point, so... The tree supply has actually been pretty impressive. It's 10 trees. It's not too bad. 5% of our openings have been trees. Lots of wheat seeds. That'll help us. Because we are growing wheat every chance we get. Alright, and then we picked up 33 of these. So we'll open them up. We'll call this good. Alright, so we'll see what kind of stuff we get that we didn't get out of the golden boxes. Yeah, if I had to lean, I would probably lean that way myself. Like I said, it's the vast majority of the stuff we got here, I think you're going to find better loot in Skull Cavern. There's a lot of just junk that we're picking up here. I think it's going to come down to trees, maybe some weapons and rings, but most of this stuff is just, we're either just going to store it or sell it. And then also you have to consider as well, depending on how far you are into playing, if you're still working on your combat skill, which you might be done with at this point, going into Skull Cavern means you also get combat experience, that kind of stuff as well. Mining experience, all that kind of stuff. This is going to be close. We might fill our inventory. We'll see here. See how much stacks. Getting some good stacks. I think we're golden. I think we made it. Won't have to go out and redo our inventory again. Alright, holy cow. That was an adventure. Alright, let's store some stuff and see what we're sitting on. Throw that stuff in there. Throw that in there. Alright, I think we just need one cracker for our lizards, right? Who doesn't have one? Lux doesn't have a cracker. And all of our lizards would have crackers. So we could do that. Now we got some food to store here. We got a tortilla. Got some tackle to store. Do that. I think we'll go ahead and pull. Honestly, we don't need any of those rings. We'll go ahead and get rid of those. There we go. Sell that, and sell that. Sell those. So we've made a whopping 35,000 in selling our stuff. Now, if we sold some of this stuff, that's 40,000, 45,000, 65,000 if we sold those things. All right, let's consider trees. What do we have for trees? This is a fall tree. That is a fall tree, which we have an apple, I think. Apricot we have. That's a spring tree, right? Should be, yeah, spring tree. So we have an apricot. Cherry is a spring tree. So we'll put that in. We left a spot for it. Peach, I think we have right there. That's a summer tree. Orange goes right there. We've got apple, which means we should be able to get our pomegranate tree in. All right, so we need to put in a cherry and a pomegranate, I believe. And again, we left a spot for each of these. So these are our spring, spring, summer, summer, fall, and then that one will go there for fall. All right, that gives us one of each. I think we're just going to stick with that. I'll keep a hold of these. We won't get rid of tree seeds or trees. We'll just put them in our seed vault for now. There we go. Let's go ahead and go pick up our stuff again. All right, get that, we'll get that, we'll get that, we'll get you. Grab those, crab cake, sashimi, that. Grab that, that needs to go inside. I think I'll leave that in there. Don't think we need it. Those are our parrots in that one. That goes over there, it's gonna get stored. Goes there, there, and there. All right, let's go get some storage done here. Oh, picked up our potato. We did lose our... Let's see, let's just grab that. Give those special status so we don't stack them anywhere. All right, let's see. Should we try to put a pearl in our fish tank? It went in there. It's just hard to see, but we know it's there. That's all that matters. All right, let's see. This we'll throw in there. Can put all this stuff in the dresser inside. The rest of this stuff I think we'll just leave here. Wallpaper. What do we have over here? Oh, we actually have one over there, so let's put that in over there as well. Nope, you stay in there. Alright. If we ever wanted to mystery box up our house, we could. Sell our potato. And into the dresser all that stuff goes. Beautiful. All right, let's head up here, take care of, or put our seeds in there. That helped a ton. Actually, we have 60 wheat seeds now. That's pretty strong. Everything else in here should just be cooking away. Yep, we're good to go. All right, let's go find Lux. We have a cracker for Lux. Oh, we need to go ahead and take care of our coffee first. Let's do that. Coffee, 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 mushroom, mushroom, coffee, 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 coffee. Done. Apples, oranges, peaches, and apricots. Oh my. And the one coffee that we missed. Alright, so now we're down to everything got done except this one that we threw some coffee in. So let's just randomly throw in amounts of coffee here. Something around 100 seems reasonable. I missed your done with mastery. If that's from before, congratulations. If you just got it, congratulations. If it's just an answer to my question on the skills, then yeah, that makes sense. That's just one less thing you would need to do in Skull Cavern, right? One less perk for doing the candy version, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be earlier on. If you were still working on your skills, that would be a plus for doing the Magic Rock Candy version. But once you're capped on your skills, that's not really going to make any kind of a difference. Alright. Coffee and coffee and coffee. That all goes in there. Speaking of coffee, we need to drink some espresso. Get our speed buff going. Sell our fruit, and let's go find Lux. Grab our holly. More holly. Alright, Lux, where are you? Oh, let's see. Okay, they seem to have kind of dropped into this 76% range. Alright, there's Lux. Alright, so now all of our lizards should have crackers. Lux. I can't pronounce that name. Queen Mother, Kyler, Soulfire, Random, Amy, Victus, Cajun, Nancy, Lydia, and JoJo. All crackered up. And then we're doing a little bit of an experiment because we don't have heaters in our coops. So 80%, 80%. We're going to try to see, like, I feel like we're not getting a lot of iridium quality eggs because of it. I think their mood is probably dropped quite a bit. It still says they're really happy though. So maybe not, just their happiness is down. But so we're kind of checking that out as we go. All right, I don't know where that one's going to end up going, so we're just going to not use it right now. All right, let's forage about. See what has transpired down here on the rest of the farm. The cool thing, weird thing about doing what we just did is it really didn't take a whole lot of time. Because while we were in that interface, time pauses in a single player game. In a multiplayer game it doesn't, but in a single player game it does. So that means you can take as much time doing that kind of work that you want. I'm going to leave those for now. We'll see if we can get some more tree spread. Grab some forageables. Alright, harvest coffee, collect crab pots, and we're not going to bother with that. I feel like we got another tree done, or no? Nope, still missing 3. Alright, so those will keep doing their thing. Anything go into storage? Just the crabs. Let's go ahead and put our cracker over there. Sell those things. And then we didn't check it after our big sales thing. We filled in quite a few items here, I think. We're still pretty low. Let's see. We're at 71%. So produce and forage shipments. So that's actually pretty good, given that we don't have access to a lot of things. Theoretically, could we get to 100%? I think so. Okay, the brown eggs, we'd have to... Like, we never got a brown egg from our chickens, so that was kind of weird. I think probably most of this stuff we could get. Spring onions, I don't know that we ever got a spring onion spawn on the island. Tea, maybe not on the tea. If a tea sapling could drop in a chest, maybe. Yeah, I think we could get to most of that if we wanted to. Okay, let's see. Tomorrow is going to be our big egg harvest. Let's check the terraces here and see if we've got anything going on up here. Yeah, these are actually filling in relatively nicely. Now, through the winter, we're not getting much traction there. Again, our trees are still growing here because they are fertilized, which means they can still grow through the winter. But both of these are actually in pretty good shape. We've got oak over here. We've got maple here. We've got pine and mahogany on the other side. Got a palm tree that probably doesn't belong there, but we'll leave it there. There's something there. I can't see what it is. It was debris. It was a rock. Ugh. Something is dragging something down. Let's go ahead and close that stuff up and see. And performance all looks okay. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. All right, let's go check the quarry. See what this got going on. Oh, we must forage. No, don't eat the salmon berry. Forage. There you go. Oop, got one hiding over here. This top row, sometimes things hide. Something I noticed in the last time we were putting fertilizer in, things can spawn down here, and I wasn't seeing them. There was one right there. Right? And so I think on this map, if you end up using this map, making a run down here to check for forageables is probably not a bad idea. Don't know if the same will happen here or not. I just got us to the exit, but... Okay, so in here we want to check for forageables before we plant bombs. Because if you blow up your forageables, I don't think you get them. Alright, that looks blowing up worthy. Plant it. Alright, made that jump, which is interesting. Oh, that is satisfying right there. Love collecting that much loot all at once. Alright, then we will clean ourselves up here. Okay, boink. Oh, there's a forageable there that we missed. And the map is trying to tell me there's two things right here. Oh, there we go. So if we paid closer attention to that, and it's also trying to tell me there's something up there, which might be on the... Might be on this map. I don't see anything. Unless it's hidden like in one of these areas. Let's go back here and see. All right, just to the left of center. So it'd be, oh, it's this one right here, I bet. Yeah, so this one spawned early on in the playthrough, but I can't get to it unless I put on like a no clipping mod or something. I can't get to that spot, and it won't despawn. So it has lived there pretty much through at least half of the playthrough, which is cool. Take that off just in case. I don't know if it'll blow up a tree or not, but man, I do not want to blow up those trees. Alright, so armed with our mod here and our relatively full inventory, we'll pop up here, we'll drop off stuff there, we'll drop off stuff there, and we'll see that cleaned up about half of our inventory. Alright. This ended up not making as much of an impact as I thought. We had the crystallariums. They're all ones that we got from loot drops. So having them isn't a big deal, but as far as a profit center for stuff, it really hasn't been that big of a deal. I don't think we have any magma geodes. Winking. Nothing to store there. All right. Most of the rest of this, I think, is just going to go to tribute. Tribute to the island spirits. Thank you for your benevolence, keeping us safe on this island that we live on all by ourselves. Muscle needing to go down to the beach. There we go. And stored. Gold in there. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, we're almost to 1,000,000 XP post XP, which is pretty crazy if you think about it. All right, what about this chest? This is all of our construction stuff. I think I want to keep it down here in case we would ever want to do more stuff. But we'll just slide it. Can I get to that spot? Let's see. No, I can't change. I need to change out of my swimsuit. There we go. Wrong direction. Just picked up our pathing. Well, there we go. That's the direction I wanted it to go. And I can just sit right behind that little tree spot. That way you can barely see it, but this is all of our construction stuff that we use down here. So. Our inventory is clean. I think it's time to head to bed. All right, so tomorrow will be an egg day. So we're going to see how many eggs we'll collect, see how much mayonnaise we got from last time, and get that going. That'll probably be our wrap-up day, too. We'll see. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. We have potentially our last chicken rave of the series here. We'll still do them in future series, but let's go ahead and get this opened up. I think we'll go through our... We'll start calm. Little blue chicken action. This one's not too terribly crazy. But we did hit 10 likes. Did we do the 10 like one? I don't know. We're doing it again. We'll do it for 15. How's that? We do appreciate the support. We might have done this. I can't remember. Been a long night. All right, Emily. Bring us into the rave. Nice and subtle. Okay, cool. Well, not that you guys don't deserve 2 chicken raves for 10 likes, but I didn't think we did. But I'll admit, my memory doesn't always kick in the best. All right, Emily. All right, we are in a pirate room. We should probably have a pirate rave. We'll eat some crab cakes, as all pirates do. Drink their espresso. Those pirates love their espresso. And we'll run around the pirate bed. This is how pirates dance. Whee! Hey, Victus popping in for a rave. We do appreciate you, my friend. Well, Victus came for this next part. You could feel it in his bones. All right, are you guys ready? Let's crank it up. Full on rave. Let your freak flags fly. I messed that one up. Let's try that again. There we go. That's better. We pulled Liddy out of the woodwork. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much for all the likes and all the support of the channel. We do appreciate it a ton. All right, let's see. Turn my volume down. It is Sunday. We have eggs, crab pots. I don't think we have coffee today. We did coffee yesterday, I believe. What did we get there? Fishing. Fishing and coal. Alright. Let's get our forage on. Check in up here. We might have hay up here. Or wheat, I guess. Create some hay, but... Now, because of our mass opening of boxes, we do have quite a few wheat seeds now that we don't have to reseed our hay for a while. Corn is still a day out. Beets are still a day out. I think stuff up here is still 2 days out. Yep. Alright, that's all clear. Ice Festival. Okay. Just checking on our ducks. Again, 80%, no heater. Okay, I think it's definitely having an impact, though. We have no iridium quality duck eggs out of that. Actually, we got... And no iridium quality duck feathers. So I have a feeling that the lack of heaters is definitely making a difference. Let's see. Sell that stuff. Duck eggs. Alright, I see at least 2 of our trees made it. Welcome to the family. You, the little runt of the litter there, is choosing not to join us. That's okay. Alright, same thing here. Looks fine. Okay, so we're losing the mood. They're no longer happy anymore. So I think the lack of heater is having an effect. Now, what's the effect? They're still producing. They haven't gone into non-production mode. Still really happy. It might be the ones that are higher level are more tolerant. I can't remember. But again, it's definitely impacting. Look at that. Only 5 of those eggs were iridium quality. Oh, we got back down. We haven't gotten I think a normal size egg in a while. So somebody's in here is not happy. Let's see. 83, 83, 83, 83, 83. It could just be part of the... Alright, let's see if the same thing happens over here. Yeah, I don't think we've gotten normal size eggs in quite a while. So it's having an impact. The no heater is definitely hurting us. I don't know if we'll have time to get to it, but here's what I think we'll do. We'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and heater up the coops. Then when we save tonight, we can check to see if that upgrades them or not. Since this is most likely going to be the last major playthrough on this save, unless we decide to do something else with it later down the road. Could take this one all the way to perfection at some point. We could pretend we get rescued, I guess. Yeah, that would seem reasonable, right? Like, we've got the technology to auto feed, we've got the technology to do all that kind of stuff. Okay. Now I'm going to guess. Let's see if that immediately triggers. Okay, so it removed the heater complaint. We're still getting the hasn't been petted complaint. But we'll see if tomorrow their happiness goes back up because they're still getting auto-petted. Oh, yeah, we never did check on how many auto-petters did we end up with? We're up to 9. So I think we had 6 before. Alright, looks like everything but our dino and duck mayo got done. Ooh, holy cow. That still has a ton. It got through the duck stuff. Alright, I think if we're going to make this new system work, we need to add a duck mayo machine. So let's get our components for that. We need a hopper. We need a sign. We have a cheese press, but I don't think we have any more mayo machines. So I think we need an earth crystal. Probably some wood or hardwood. I can't remember. I feel like copper. Alright, let's see if I got anywhere close on any of that. Wood, stone, earth, and copper. Alright, we got close. Ooh, I can only make one because I only grabbed one earth crystal. That's fine. Oops. Give me that hopper back, that sign back. Alright, let's go get this set up. I think all duck eggs are the same. Not a big duck egg, so put our duck egg on there. Mayo machine. There we go. Alright. Duck, duck, duck. Alright, I'm going to do a little calculator math here because I'm not going to try to do this one in my head. 16 plus 63 plus 50 plus 7 plus 16 plus 14 plus 2 equals 298. What should that have been? Did I miss one? 7 times 12. Actually, 12, 24, 36. 36 times 7 days. 252. Okay, so we must have had some left over. Okay. 298 divided by 3. 99.3. Alright, which means 63. Call it 70. That doesn't seem right. Was it 298 or 198? Must have been 198 divided by 3. 198 divided by 3. 66. Alright, let's do our math again here. Pull those back out. You guys can go there. You guys will go there. Alright, let's try this again. We have 50 plus 63 plus 16. Oh, something got messed up there. Let's try it. 50. Alright, 50 plus 63 plus 16 plus 14 plus 2 plus 7 plus 16 is 168. That looks to be a better number. 56. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. So 50... 56 in that one. 56 in that one. 16, that'd be 30. 46, 47, 48, 49, 56. Beautiful. Yeah, it makes sense. Like the incubator, the heater, basically everything. It's a deluxe coop, right? It should have all of your amenities. All right, I'm not going to do this math in my head either. 46 plus 11 plus 22 plus... That looks like a 5. 84, so 48. $22, $33, $36. I did some math wrong there somewhere. 36, 7th, 8th, 9th, 40, 41. That should make it relatively even. Now those are going to run, these are going to run for a week, right? The whole point of this is to get this to run for a while. So the idea here is a once a week harvest of the eggs. Now that these eggs are cooking, there's enough here to just keep feeding this for an entire week. So that at the end of the week, we would come and we'd grab all the mayonnaise and swap the eggs in. And it's going to process the same per day. It's just we're spending less time in the harvesting. All right. This should make us some money. 250. So look at that difference. 254 iridium compared to we got maybe less than 20. And I still have eggs in here somehow. Okay, we'll go fix that here in a second. 271,000. Where did I mess up my... Did we not do the third? No? No? Okay, there we go. We pulled them out of there, I think. Cool, good to go. So yeah, I think if I was doing non-automate version, like the automate mod makes that pretty easy. But the non-automate version, I like that. I like kind of the move your harvesting over to a particular day. Do it all in a day. Because it's not like the eggs are going to go bad sitting in the auto grabbers. And unless you need the money immediately. Like if you need the money immediately, then go and do it. But now that can just process all week and we don't have to worry about it. And I suppose if you ever need money, you can just pull the mayonnaise out and sell it. Hey, Soulfire, how you doing? Yeah, that was, we talked about that earlier. Sorry, I missed your hello when you popped in. Yeah, that's one of the things that's on the potential, right? The two leading candidates right now would be another Joja run, but like Joja to the extreme, or digging deep into the expanded space. You know, Ridgeside, East Scarp, Sunbury, Stardew Valley expanded. Like I'm tempted just to throw as much of that in as I can, just to see how manageable it is. The challenge there would be like there'd just be so much going on, but I think there's an element of fun in that. So those are the two, I'm going to call them leading contenders of what we're going to do. I'm going to have to decide over the next 24 hours though. Because if I feel like we're going to start that on Sunday. So I have some testing to do tomorrow to figure out exactly where we're going to go. The other thing I might do, because I want to do, there's actually a lot of things I want to do, but since I want to do both of those, we might do the Joja one first, because that will be a lot faster. That one won't last near as long. I think once we go into that expanded version, we're going to be in that playthrough for a long time, because that's a lot of content. In a good way. I mean, I think it will be fun. But it definitely is going to be a commitment. I mean, we could always step away for a while and do a different one, I guess. Okay, I think one of my mods is I'm getting a bit of a weird hiccup every once in a while in the frame rates. I think one of the mods is misbehaving. Feels like it, but we shall see. How you doing today, Soulfire? Hopefully you're having a good day, start of your weekend and such. It's kind of sad, like, when I was building the thumbnail for this playthrough, I was almost like, I've been having fun on this playthrough. I don't want to leave, although we don't have a whole lot left to do, so it's... I'm torn. I will admit I'm torn. And I've enjoyed the pacing. I've enjoyed what we're focused on in this one has been different than other ones. And I think that's a good thing. It's been a fun diversion. You know, we're not like, so for instance, just as a general player, I never miss an event. Right? Well, we haven't gone to one event in this one. The only event that we've really had is Green Rain. You know, we got the Green Rain events, which is one of my favorite. But other than that, we haven't had to worry about it. We haven't had to worry about birthdays. We haven't had to worry about friendships and friendship delay. I'll say it's been a fun way to play. So I'm going to miss it. But that's true of honestly all of the playthroughs. Like, I'm ready to move on. There's definitely a part of me that's like, well, we've accomplished everything I think we can accomplish with this playthrough. It's stuck behind a tree there. There we go. So it is time to potentially move on. That being said, it's kind of at that place where it's kind of like a post-perfection thing, right? You're like, well, it'd be fun to keep playing, but there's not a lot of drive, if that makes sense, to keep running. And so that's one of those. It's like, okay. I think it's time. There's still tons of stuff we could do. A lot of times it falls into just decorations and stuff like that, but... Alright, let's do a final check. Since this is kind of our... Oh, we got a package! Looks like a tree that shouldn't be there. We'll take that out. Yeah, there it was again. It's like a little bit of a stutter. Some rocks and sticks and stuff back here, I think. Debris. Uh-oh. Nope. Okay. I thought I got broken off of the map there. We're okay. So what's I think the term they use sometimes is called bittersweet, right? It's the idea of like, I'm gonna miss this farm. It's been a fun experience. On the flip side, it's time. I think it's time for this one to ride off into the sunset as a great, enjoyable experience. We've picked up some new mods that we like. That's a good thing. We've definitely picked up a weird performance thing going on there. We'll have to figure out what's causing that. But all in all, it's been a lot of fun. And we are going to miss it. Well, you know what? Just for out of sheer completeness, I think we've cleared all the forageables. We've cleared all the land. We are going to go ahead and I want to see, spread out as this is. Oh, there's a forageable we flat out missed. If I can drop a bomb there, how much of that can I get? Oh, that was kind of cool. You could see the chain reaction actually work its way across there. That wasn't too bad. Alright, the rest of these will go old school on. Actually hit the rock with our pickaxe. There we go. The quarry is clear. Throw that stuff in. Let's see what the spirits are going to get today. Spirits are doing quite well today. They're up to 280,000 points of tribute. Be a good last tribute to our spirit friends. Oh, they might get a little bit more here. We'll see. No, you don't go in there. You go in that one. No omnis. Okay, maybe no more. That's clear. Grab our oil. Mayonnaise. Interesting. Does duck mayonnaise take longer? 1 hour 22, 1 hour 22. No? Okay. Oh, this might have already been processing some old mayonnaise. That's a possibility. Yeah, I've been tempted, so okay. I'm sorry, I need to catch up on chat here. Well, sorry to hear about the project thing, but yeah, I think my preliminary research from what I was looking at, they are all compatible. It'd be a lot, but yeah, it's one of those that it would create an entire world. The other thing is there is a map called Legacy Farm, which we did a mod review on a month ago, 2 months ago. I can't remember. It's been a while ago. That I've been looking for an excuse to use that farm map, and I think it would work really well with the expanded Joja run, because essentially it's huge. It's a huge map, and it feels like one where it's like, okay, we're corporate, we bought up a lot of land, and we're going to do some crazy stuff. So I'm tempted because I want to use that map because it looks to be a cool map. All right, I think we actually cranked out a little bit more on that than I would have wanted to, but that's okay. This can crank forever, so we'll just throw more coal into that because we have more iridium ore than we know what to do with. More gold than we know what to do with. Iron's in pretty good shape. Copper's okay because we also have copper outside. How much copper do we have out here? Yeah, we'll keep 1 stack outside. We do that just in case we need it for crafting of things. But all right, let's see. Any other tidying up of things that we need to deal with? I don't think so. So I think we should teleport. No. Let's throw some stuff in the fridge here. Throw the oil at the fridge. And if we're gonna end our last day on the island here, I say we do it doing some fishing. Go back to where we caught the crimson fish. Ugh, I hate when I do that. We'll try again. Oh, we got a golden mystery box. We only opened up a couple hundred of those today. Alright, I don't think we're going to go all the way through those cork bobbers, so it is almost 11. So, alright, let's drop a line in the water and end an amazingly awesome playthrough with some fishing. And a serpent, evidently. And a treasure chest. All of it's coming. Oh, that's crazy. That's the first time we've gotten tea leaves in the whole playthrough. I was just mentioning, like, we haven't gotten tea. Now, a tea sapling would be great as a drop. Since we don't have access to that, I don't think. But that's pretty funny. I'll take it. We could just sell them. I don't think it's enough to make tea. And we should check. I think there, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think there's a mod that makes it so you can put, like you can put fruit, so like an orange in the seed maker, and maybe get a sapling, or I don't know. There's a way to do it. I don't know if it works on tea, and I don't think I have it installed. Alright, let's go for one more treasure chest, see if we can get one. And then we'll go store our stuff. Yeah, see, there's something's out of whack. Feel like I'm gonna have to go through mod by mod, pull them off and pull them back on and see if I can find out what's causing it. Come on, treasure chest. It's 12:30. Alright. Don't think we're gonna wait any longer. Alright, I'm gonna run down here. We're gonna drop off that brazier. Throw all that stuff in. Probably should have dropped off some fish. Not that it's gonna matter. Actually, it will save. Sell that. We'll sell that. We'll sell that. Should have dropped off the fish. I know, it's time to go to bed. Can't help myself. Alright. We have tons of fish if we ever wanted to cook. Tons of bait. So we're making more bait than we need for fish. So that's all in pretty good shape. Alright, throw our crab over there. We'll keep our mystery box as a tribute mystery box. Gotta put away our stick, and then we're heading to bed. Alright, let's see. Like I said, we did pretty well. We got rid of a lot of stuff. Oh, actually, no, that's mostly mayonnaise. So, yeah, 254 iridium mayonnaise. Again, our next batch won't be near that good if we continued because we had cold chickens and they were not happy with us. But all in all, that's a pretty good sales day. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. I put in chat, if anybody knows of anybody who, a streamer they know that's streaming right now, let me know. I just checked my list, and at least ones I'm subscribed to, no one is streaming right now, so I don't have a raid target for tonight. I think there's an advantage of streaming so late. I think I hit an audience that maybe I wouldn't hit during the day. On the flip side, oh, look at that. I do think that I can't raid as many people because I know less people that are streaming late at night. Unless, like when Wally was streaming, it wasn't bad because he was in New Zealand. And so the time zones meant he was streaming at a decent time for him. That would be late for us. Or some of my UK friends that stream. Alright, so what did we end up with? 112. Alright, none of this is going to save, but I just kind of want to see. There's 125 down there, and we could put 114 in. I'm not going to do it, but we're doing okay on that front. Let's pop up here. We're still a day out on this, but I think we did all iridium starfruit. So starfruit won't need to go in the casks. So we could ancient fruit. Like when that gets done, we would have 125 gold. As a matter of fact, we might just check that here in a second. Let's do that. Here's what we're going to do. Just because I'm curious. All right, I'll take a look at that and see if I can get it linked in. So we're going to do a little bit of save manipulation here to make this work. But I'm curious. Shipwreck. All right. All right, that'll fix that. All right, we're just going to go right back to bed. We're just going to skip that day. All right, let's go back over, and hopefully now, I think this stuff will be done. Oh, we still have 5 hours. But our starfruit wine is done. I'm pretty sure I have to let that timer go. We'll try this. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, it did work. Nice. All right. Cool. Alright, so there's our iridium. I didn't know that if that would trigger the machines or not. I love that sound. Okay. So we got 75 starfruit wine, so let's do 75. So 4,500 to 3,300. So 337,000 to 247,000. A little more work because it's not a regrowth crop and it takes longer, but that's pretty good. All right, we got 53 gold, which means we would have enough to fill in our casks, I do believe. Yeah, so that gives us 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. 167. All right, so if we were going to sell off, that's 488,000, 337,000, 125,000, 34,000 for a grand total of 986,332. So almost $1 million there. If we sold our gold, we'd be well over $1 million. That's another 400,000. Then this, if I were going to continue playing, I'd go ahead and throw in down here. Because it's already gold. Now, this is still going to take a month, right? It's 28 days of processing. So our big money is coming from the mod. That means that we get iridium directly from iridium fruit. That's a huge change. All right, there we go. So, I don't think we missed any. If we really wanted to. Now, if I were going to keep playing, what I would do would probably be put this back in storage. But just for completeness, let's go ahead and throw that in. That's over $1 million in wine sales. We'll go back to bed. There we go. So we cracked out of the box, which is always fun to do. 488 in purple ancient fruit wine. 337 in our star fruit. That's some good stuff there. Thanks to Lydia, Blue Chicken for Lydia, to talking me into playing around with starfruit wine. That 4,500 a piece, especially with this skill mod, like 80% of our crop was iridium, and we didn't have to put it in casks, so we didn't have to wait. We got that immediately. So that was was it 11 days? I think it's 11 days to grow the star fruit, and then another 6 to 7 to put it in kegs. So what are we looking at? 17 days. We could do that just short of twice a season. That's some good stuff there. Okay, now we're going to save scum ourselves back to where we were, because I don't want, if we were going to play again, I would not want to skip those 2 days. Come on, you can load. You can do it. There we go. All right, so in a weird twist of fate, that was all a dream. Ooh. We're back to day 8 of winter magically. As if none of that never happened. Because according to the save file, it has not. We just reset ourselves back to this day. So all that stuff will be available if we decide to continue with this playthrough. Okay. While we're wrapping up here, let me see. The Beacon of Nick. Let me see if I can find... Happy to raid somebody. Oops, let's go to YouTube. There we go. The Beacon of Nick. It does appear to be live. I'm getting a commercial. Oh, he's a big streamer. All right, yeah, let's raid the Beacon of Nick. Okay, let me see if I can put this in directly, or if I have to, or if it's even gonna let me raid him. Sometimes if they don't have it turned on, you can't raid people. We'll try though. I'll do my best. All right, post that in. Okay, it looks like it's going to. Last report, full blind playthrough. So what is this? What is he playing here? Hold on, let's take a look. Last report, full blind playthrough. Okay, that seems like a valid raid target. Let's go for it. Save that. Thank you for the suggestion. We do appreciate that as well. Okay. Absolutely, Soulfire. We do appreciate you hanging out with us. All right, so that is going to be it for this playthrough, I think. Again, this is the series finale. We might dig this save back out at some point, depending on what we end up doing. Tomorrow night, we will go back to Stardew, and we're going to shoot for at least 1,500, if not 2,000 levels in a week in Skull Cavern. It is the Desert Festival, which means we get some extra food and extra buffs. We're going to give it a shot. We're going to see how close we get there. Then Sunday, if everything goes well, we will start a new series. If I don't get that done, we'll do like a mod review or something like that. But my plan is for Sunday to get a new series started. So I've got some research to do to finish up on that. But if all that goes well, everything should be good to go. Like I said, it's a little bittersweet. I love these different story and playthroughs, but I think it is time to move on to a different thing. As always, if there's any ideas or things you want to see or challenges or anything like that, we do have room for those kind of things as well. That's what we usually do on Saturdays, but I'm always up for some different things. I've got a list of, like I said, 7, 8, 9 different playthroughs I still want to do. With the modding community and everything else that's going on, there is never a lack of Stardew content. It is definitely not something we have to worry about. So there's always going to be something that we can do. So, all right, we are going to go ahead and raid the Beacon of Nick. I'm going to throw, this is the stream we're going to in case the auto forward doesn't work for you. What are we going to yell out? I don't think if we do chicken raid on him, he's going to have any idea, what we're going to be talking about. So let's just go with, nope, come on, there we go. We'll just go with the channel name, that way he knows where we came from. So we'll just go with Deconstruction Gaming Raid. I'll type that in there. If you want to copy it, you can. Did I accidentally put a space in? I think I did. Let me try that again. No, I did not. It just did it for me. Okay. So there you go. I'll try it again. Yeah. Hey, Victus, always good to see you, my friend. We'll do one last shout out to Victus Videos. You want to check out his channel for some great soda reviews, go ahead and check that out as well. All right, I want to thank you guys again for hanging out with us, for being a part of the community. It means a ton to me. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the, let's go back and do our, there it is. I can't pronounce that name. Thank you for the super chat tonight. We always appreciate that. Welcome to the 5 new people that got bonus memberships, the temporary memberships. Hope you guys enjoyed those. That should be fun. We do believe that gaming can be a positive influence on many people, so hopefully it's a positive influence for you. We'll leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you for being a part of our gaming community. We really do enjoy it. We will see you guys all over on a Beacon of Nick's site. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Take care, everybody.